Yeah, you can.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series for the third day of action here in Group A, which of course means that by the close of play today we will have our first player through to finals night. At the moment it's Colin Osborne who leads the way at the top of the league standings. Henry Deacon alongside me to look ahead to what we've got coming up for you. But first let's have a little look back at what happened yesterday with the highlights. Of course it was Nathan Girvan, wasn't it, who really stole the show with his performance levels yesterday. Really impressive from him.
Yeah, and we expected Nathan to do something special, didn't we, yesterday? I know day one wasn't quite the day that he would have expected, that he would have wanted, but he came back, he bounced back well.
Yeah, and that 105.4 average against Jelle Klaasen, that's something we've seen him do on that stage previously, but he looked so far away from achieving something like that on the opening day. But the first game we've got coming up today is Colin Osborne against Nathan Girvan. That's one you feel he really wants to win because he could have got the better of him yesterday.
Not just wants to win, I think must win if he's going to harbour any ambitions to go on and win the group. And he's going to have to win all 5 for me today and then hope there's a couple of mistakes elsewhere. Colin possibly maybe 2-3 wins away.
And Jelle Klaasen there, we just saw him reeling in the big fish. That was in the first match that we saw from him yesterday. He's starting his days incredibly well. There's been some superb finishing, 3 ton-plus checkouts from him again yesterday. But there are just glimpses of brilliance from him at the moment, not really consistent.
Yeah, and I tend to agree, but then Jelle could be the type of player that this week goes under the radar, that he just quietly goes about his business, gets himself through to Saturday night, and then once he gets there, prolific winner this year, he's won the Dutch Open, he won in Ireland, he's won other competitions as well this year. So when it comes to those championship rounds, of course, former world champion as well, then he could be a player that goes on the radar and steals the pot.
And we both touched upon it yesterday. Dan Reed, because of the day that Nathan Girvan had yesterday, Dan Reed's improvements kind of slipped under the radar yesterday, didn't they? But he was incredibly impressive, really improved in the finishing department, which is what he needed to do because his scoring was superb on Monday, but really upped the level of his finishing on Tuesday.
Yeah, the average went up by about 3 or 4 points, and that's mainly, as you say, because of the doubling statistics. Day one, it was around about 20%. Day two, he kind of brought it up a fair few points. So that was always the issue day one with Dan, but we always knew if he could find that finishing prowess, the scoring power was there anyway. So, you know, he gave himself opportunities on day one, just couldn't take advantage of them.
And before we look ahead to today's action, I just want to touch upon as well, because Josh Rock played in the Grand Slam yesterday, put in a really good performance. Nathan Girvan, of course, was very consistent yesterday. They meet in the World Youth Final at the end of the month. That promises to be a cracker, doesn't it?
That is going to be some event, isn't it? And look, who's to say that in a few years' time they won't just be meeting World Youth Finals, they'll be meeting at the big one at Alexandra Palace, because both of them have got the capabilities of doing some very, very special things in this sport.
And this sort of tournament is really going to help Nathan in that environment, isn't it?
Absolutely, and you've got the stage environment here. I know there's not a crowd until Saturday night, but just to make yourself feel at home in that stage environment, because it is completely different to that box-through atmosphere of a PDC Pro Tour where you're locked in a cubicle pretty much and playing in a very enclosed environment. This is very open, very exposed. You'll find out everything about your game in this environment, not just your strengths, but more importantly, I think, when you play in a tournament like this, your weaknesses.
Yeah, most definitely. We can take a look then at the Group A table with 15 games remaining in Group A. And as we mentioned, it's Colin Osborne who leads the way. But this first game feels like a crucial one for Nathan Girvan if he is to harbour any chances of topping Group A.
It's game on or game over. It really is as simple as that. And we looked at the fixtures midway through yesterday when we went on that run and we thought, you know, these two games pretty much back to back against each other. That could probably determine who goes on and takes the first place at finals night.
And Arron Monk is currently sat in second, had a superb first day. It took him until late on Tuesday, didn't it, to really start picking up those points. His performance level rarely dipped yesterday. It was just at the back end of legs where he maybe looked a little bit disjointed, I think it's fair to say. Yeah,
but what he has done is he's done enough yesterday because he had the good start on Monday just to keep himself in and around the picture. Him and Jelle, if they can hang around the periphery, then they just got to see what happens elsewhere.
And for Gav Carlin, of course, no wins for him yesterday. It probably is looking like a campaign in Group C for Thursday and Friday, isn't it?
Yeah, I think today's a case of just trying to find something for the next couple of days ahead in Group C. I mean, for him, he wants to try and be the spoiler, be the person that stops someone from getting into either Group B or get themselves into finals night.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the stats from yesterday then. Of course, as we mentioned, Dan Reid really making some improvements yesterday, as Henry mentioned, up in his average. That was largely due to his finishing and the improvements he made in that department. But Jelle Klaasen, despite, as you said, he's going under the radar because he's not doing a great deal wrong, is he?
He's not, and I mean, around that 87, we've seen a lot of Groups 1 with that average. I mean, when you look at the statistics in terms of the overall average, you take out the 84 for Carlin, you can't really split the other 5.
Yeah, and Colin Osborne as well, his average dipping yesterday. And it was a case, wasn't it, when his average was dipping, he was still coming through a lot of those ties, despite his level dropping, especially in that game against Nathan Girvan.
And sometimes in this format, you've just got to find a way of getting over the line. It doesn't matter if it's ugly sometimes. I mean, how many times have we seen players in this format average over a ton and go on and lose? At the end of the day, whether you win with a 110 average or you win with a 72 average, they're all the same 2 points ultimately.
Absolutely, it's not going to matter if you book your place in finals night. First up, we've got Colin Osborne against Nathan Girvan. It's Colin Osborne, of course, who's won the 2 meetings so far this week. The first one was a 4-0 victory. The second yesterday was a 4-3, and you really felt like that game was there for the taking for Nathan Girvan. Really frustrated when he left the stage yesterday, and that was largely because that's the only game yesterday where his average dipped below the 90.
Yeah, and I think everyone at that point sensed the importance of that leg. And Colin's now opened up that buffer at the top of the table. It's in his hands to qualify as a result of that. Nathan wins that leg, then you're looking at this tie as a 4-pointer and possibly a real big one for the line.
Indeed. Right then, as Henry said, this is a must-win game for Nathan Girvan. Can he pick up those crucial 2 points at the start of the third day in Group A? Let's hand over to Chris Mason to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, this was a crucial tie, and there was a moment where Nathan had 5 darts to move 3-1 up in that one. And when he lost that leg, it only looked like one winner, and that was this man. 4 of the 6 players improved yesterday on Monday's performance, as we've just seen on that graphic, with Abby and Henry. But no one improved more than Nathan Girvan. He averaged 80.79 on Monday. 93.82 for the day yesterday. Going to need something similar today. Mathematically.
First lag, it's Colin to throw first.
So in Group A.
Game on.
And welcome back to Marco Meyer. Welcome back to my commentary colleague, Henry Deacon. How are you, pal?
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
I'm good.
100.
Interesting day ahead of us, I think.
We certainly have. We've got a blockbuster session of darts taking us through to around about 2 p.m.
140.
And then the real action begins from the Grand Slam.
Knockout stages begins tonight.
55.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Well, I was just having a look at the outrights to win this
140.
Group A. Colin Osborne, 4-9. Jelle Klaasen, 4-1. Arron, 11-2. Nathan, 10s. Dan Reed, 80s. Not even given a price
93.
for Gavin Carlin, but even he improved a little bit yesterday. Certainly didn't get a lot of luck, but there was plenty of good moments.
100.
And today, and most players know it's about what Colin does. Couple of victories, you sense that he's there. And if he can get it here against Nathan.
Well, you'd think Nathan's going to have some success today, so
140.
it's almost
Nathan,
double points if he beats
121.
Nathan here. He knows everyone else will probably, well, certainly expect
57.
Nathan to win
Colin,
at least 3 of his 5 matches
113.
today when you crunch the numbers and if he plays to type. Colin's averages yesterday on Monday 87.72 for the day.
53. Nathan
Yesterday
requires
84.93, but he still managed 4 wins.
Just did enough to find a way, didn't he, in a few matches? Can Nathan Girvan find a way winning this first leg? Anyway,
60.
on this occasion on the double 16. And so Osborne returns for the 60 for a holder throw in the opener.
This is what he did to him yesterday, wasn't it? Ooh. It's his first game on.
40. Nathan, you require 16.
So it gives Girvan another opportunity on the double 8,
Yeah, that's
which he'll take full advantage of and takes the opening leg of the day with a breaker throw, crucially as well. And could that first leg of the day be a pivotal leg in the
Second
day?
leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game
Could
on.
it be the trigger to set him on his way? Colin was the 8-11 favourite to win the tie. Nathan was even
40.
money. We don't like getting involved in the opening cycle of games. Like to see them all have one match, and you can
55.
assess them, especially over this distance.
Didn't do too badly yesterday, did we?
No, you followed us in yesterday.
100.
Nice bottle of Chablis would be pleasant, thanks.
Had to go for the lasagna.
Yeah, lasagna this evening.
134.
Pre-slam meal.
I am rushing back from the radio studio I'm in after this session to be there.
41.
Are you doing a bit of football today?
Yeah, a little bit of football on the radio till about 7 o'clock, and then we'll have to pop round, makes a change from the quiz.
Yeah. It'll be in the oven.
100.
Or in the dog, if you're any later, if we have one.
125.
I'm actually doing my first ever vegetarian pasta for Abby later. God bless her.
80.
Although you do know you're going to be compared to that really nice Italian down the road.
59.
Yeah, I'm under
Colin,
it.
you require 132.
Well, we saw Alan Suter get an incredible 1-3-2 last night in Wolverhampton. Can Colin Osborne follow suit. Well, not quite the MO Suter went, but he still can on the bullseye for the break back.
Yeah,
that is
game short in the
incredible from
second
Colin
round.
Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
And 1-3-4 to break back Nathan Girvan. We're level at 1 apiece. The
Third
man
leg,
who
it's
missed the
Colin
dart to
throw
win the first leg.
Game on.
He pays it in the second. And we're back level.
A real showbiz shot, the 1-3-2. And even though he missed the ball, it was a nice guide.
125.
He just slid straight down the side of it. The Suter one, of course, was
140.
ball double 16 after Fallon had it back-to-back 180s, didn't she?
On the 9.
Missed tops for the 76. And then he popped with the 1-3-2.
177.
Josh Rock and Ross Smith was spectacular last night.
9 180s in 9
92.
legs.
It's a record, wasn't it?
He only just got through with 110 average.
What a year he's having.
So commiserations to one of our Super Series regulars in Scott Williams, narrowly missing out on qualification.
Leg difference, wasn't it?
Yeah, Josh only needed 3 legs, didn't he, in that game? He got the 3 and
102.
obviously knew the snow because he did let out those pent-up emotions when he got them.
Just relief, wasn't it?
Double 19 to turn this game on its head. He went straight for it.
82.
Didn't think about splitting.
167.
Didn't think about gambling with Girvan on 167. And perhaps this is why.
Yeah, this evening we've got Barneveld versus Whitlock.
139. Colin, you
Smith,
require
Cross,
16.
Michael, that is. Danny Noppert, Gezi Price. Dirk van Duivenbode against Joe Cullen.
Yeah, that's game
That's
shot in
as
the
good as
third
the
leg.
lasagna.
Colin Osborne.
That's a 14-dart hold. And a 2-1 lead. And then tomorrow night, Johnny
Forward
Clayton
leg
against
is
Alan
Nathan to
Suter.
throw first.
Luke
Game
Humphries,
on.
Ross Smith, MVG, Josh Rock, and Aspinall, Watamina. Oh, that Van Gerwen, Josh Rock could be absolutely anything. Josh at a very tempting price. It's first to 10, isn't it? 7-4.
I think we're going to learn more about Josh Rock in that game than what we have done at any other point in his career. What people forget is as much as he's done in 2022, he's still an embryonic figure when it comes to TV
89.
matches.
Absolutely. Like Barney to beat Whitlock at evens. Smith to beat Cross at 8-13. Price at 2-5 to beat Noppert.
45.
Ooh, you've got between Dirk and Joe.
You'd say 10-9 and I'd go just Dirk.
Yep, same 8-13. Clayton against Suter. 3-10 Clayton. Suter 5-2. I'd go with Clayton there.
65. Colin, you
Humphries,
require
Ross Smith
106.
4-6, 6-5.
I'll find a fence.
Same. I say I wouldn't mind having a nibble at Josh Rock at 7-4 and then Aspinall to beat Watamina 3-10. Oh, Watamina's all of a sudden found some form from absolutely nowhere.
74.
Colin Osborne is certainly finding some form. He was just plodding away yesterday.
56. Colin, you
At the
require
moment, he's averaging
32.
just shy of a ton.
Oh, there's a 14 in the last. This could be a 13
Yeah,
here,
that's
and that's
game
a
shot
break
in the
of throw
forward line.
crucially as well.
Colin
So he has the
Osborne.
darts to win the opening game of the day, and it could be his most crucial game of the day.
It was a 16-dart
Fifth
break
leg, it's
from
Colin to
Nathan
throw first.
to go
Game
one
on.
up. And the response was the 1-3-2 check out for 15, then a 14, and that was a 13. We should see a 12. Cancel that.
70.
I mean, if he did get a single 2, he would have had a 12.
94.
Again, low darts from Nathan. He did have a lengthy conversation about that yesterday.
96.
Certainly technique, but just a bit of board management.
95.
Remember it, all the matches, best of 7.
125.
2 points for a win. Leg difference plays. The winner
57.
of Group A at the end of today's session, straight through to Saturday night's final. Players in second and third position go into Thursday and Friday night's Group B, which will include the second and third
95.
and Series 1 champion Conan Whitehead, Danny Smith and Daryl Pilgrim. And then
85.
players finishing
Colin
in 4th,
Osborne,
5th and 6th position.
115.
Back for the Thursday and Friday morning red eye with Kevin Painter, Martin Turner and Tony Wood.
This is for the match, and to put him onto 18 points and to put him 8 clear of Nathan Girvan in the group.
80.
But that tops
Nathan
flies
Unicor,
wide into the single
117.
5.
Not seen anything to suggest this will go. And it won't. I think he just needs to
33. Colin
stand
Unicor,
off the hockey
35.
slightly in the practice room. Colin Osborne to wrap things up 4-1.
Game.
And
Shot,
does so
and a match. Colin
clinically.
Osborne.
4 out of 9 on the doubles. An average of 95.58 for Colin Osborne. He had a 95.14 on Monday. Yesterday, his highest average was 91.16. So Colin Osborne has turned up with some purpose today. Up next, Jelle Klaasen against Gavin Carlin.
Good morning and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Colin Osborne has edged even closer to qualifying for finals night following a 4-1 victory over Nathan Girvan in our first match of this morning's session. We outlined how crucial this match was for Nathan. Really good tussle up there, but unlike yesterday, Nathan didn't really carve many chances for himself after taking that opening leg. In fact, not another dart at double after that one. A 1-3-2 on the bull from Colin Osborne. A different route, but clearly inspired by Alan Suter last night to level things early on at 1 apiece. And it was Colin who found himself getting well ahead in legs throughout, well in control of that one and getting a convincing victory in the end. We can take an early look at the league table then after one game played of this morning's session, and we can see that Colin Osborne has extended his advantage at the top of the league table. He's now out on 18 points and is edging closer to qualifying for finals night. Our second match of this morning's session then, and it's Gav Carlin, who didn't pick up any points in yesterday's session, up against Jelle Klaasen. Jelle, of course, winning both of these meetings so far this week. A 4-2 victory for him on day one, followed by a 4-3 win on the second day. Jelle winning both meetings this week. As we said at the top, produced moments of brilliance this week. There was a 1-5-8 on day 1, and of course he wrapped up victory over Gav yesterday with that 1-5-2 checkout. Will he produce more moments of brilliance in this one? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you, Abby. We were just pondering over some of the performances from Nathan against Colin, and one player has been a bit of a thorn in his side. It has been Colin, because he's made it 3 out of 3, and if Nathan would have won those matches against him, it would be the other way around in terms of table position, wouldn't it?
Indeed, and we had the conversation yesterday, didn't we, about players that can just be bogey players for you, and at the minute it just feels as if Colin is exactly that, because you actually look at his averages for the day. His lowest average in both days before today have come in games against Osborne.
It's Jelle to throw first.
Yeah, and his previous is not great against Colin either, so yes, we may be on to something there.
92.
Yeah, I did have a change of darts yesterday, once or twice.
58.
He's back to the ones he started his campaign with.
Talking about
100.
equipment change, different cut of flights today for Gavin Carlin, just as an early observation.
Yep.
41. 93.
All the players keen, of course, to avoid the Thursday and Friday
125.
group, because yet again it's 2 more early starts. The players arrive around 7:30 a.m. to
134.
prepare for their opening matches, which means they're probably up around about 6. A bit of light breakfast. And
140. Yellow
Arrive at the
Unicorn,
venue.
82. Yeah, that's
that
game
was
short in the first
clinical
lap.
from
Jelle
Jelle,
Klaasen.
a 14 dart hold in leg 1. Maybe he's going to be the player who puts down a marker today.
Second lag, it's Gavin to throw first.
It's interesting, Abby
Game
mentioned on the balcony earlier that we've seen glimpses from Jelle, but we're possibly waiting for that real purple patch to
100.
come from him. And he's the type of player that throughout the course of the week could go under the radar, but when it comes to
57.
finals and things like that, winner this year on the circuits, on the Dutch Open, Irish Open, when it comes to Saturday night, he could be the player that just goes under the surface and then finds his groove then.
140.
Yeah, I mean, his highest average Monday was 90.98. And his highest average yesterday was 92.37.
59.
You certainly feel he's got something a bit more in the locker.
60.
His personal best in the Super Series,
121.
0.14. But there's only 2 players of this 12 who
140.
have previously played in the Super Series not to have averages in excess of a ton. Arron's got a
109. 80.
109.
Gavin, you require
Colin
61.
108.75. Dan Reed 117.88.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Gavin
104.86
Carlin.
for this man, Gavin Carlin, who resists the max from Jelle.
Third leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
98.14, as I've said, the high for Jelle. 108.23 for Nathan.
123.
103.29 for Kevin. Martin Turner, who's only played 8 matches, so not particularly
71.
large sample. 92.33 Tony Wood on debut. Conan, 107.87.
44.
Danny Smith, again, another player who's only played 8, 97.35. Darryl Pilgrim, 107.25. So that just shows you the quality of the lineup this week.
Winner this week is most certainly going to earn their place at Champions Week. And it's been a really good game so far. Pair of 14 darters to start. And just having a look again at the equipment for Gavin Carlin. Yeah, change of kind of flight.
Yeah, he's still using that one-piece system, isn't he?
96. $44. Jelle, you require 141.
This is the 90th match in
89.
Super Series stroke
Gavin, you
live
require
league history for
150.
Gavin Carlin. Klaasen playing his 58th match.
55. Jelle, you require 52.
I wonder if in 2 matches' time,
36.
Nathan Girvan
Gavin,
can
you
take out
require
170.
95.
That's exactly how many matches he will have played.
The big fish to celebrate the big fish.
Exactly that. I like that kind of thing.
55.
95 for
Jelle, you
Gavin.
require 16.
Jelle, 2 8s for 2-1. Get back.
Yeah, that's game short and a
To reel him in then, not
Jelle
the big
Klaasen.
fish.
And in fairness, how many times have we seen a player
Forward
walk on
leg
that
is Gavin
first
to
dart and then the
throw
next
first.
two go wayward, just to go back and recompose, especially for a quicker player like Jelle.
You just lose your rhythm slightly.
135.
Jelle's action is all about rhythm, isn't it?
140.
He burst on the scene from absolutely nowhere, didn't he, to win Lakeside?
77.
As did Christian Kist.
$83.
We went through a little spell, didn't we, of champions from Holland that kind of came from under the radar.
140.
The one that didn't go under the radar was Tony David from Australia. He was over for quite some
134.
time, and I was
Gavin,
playing a
you
lot of
require
darts with him, and he
149.
came to a couple of competitions, had a couple of practice sessions with Shane Burgess, and well,
43.
we
Jelle,
were
you
all on
require
him.
144.
Hope you're well, Tony, if you're watching.
92. Gavin, you require 106.
May need to go with Klaasen on 52. He's going to get a dart.
Yeah, that's game
Ooh,
short in the forward
cool
line.
under
Gavin
pressure.
Carlin.
The 106 and a 15 dart hold. This one is rattling along very nicely.
Fifth flag, it's Jelle to throw first.
Apart from
Game
that
on.
20 darter for Klaasen, everything's been 15 or under so far. Real good quality game.
80.
And we're at the halfway point of this match, so I reckon it's a good time to have a quick check of the averages.
And 90.
180.
7.11 for Carling after his first max. I mean, his winning legs have been in
96.
14 and 15. Not missed a dart at a double.
Not missing a dart at the treble until then.
99.
And this is the best we've seen Gavin play all week.
99.
Break throw on the cards.
I just wonder whether because he knows he cannot win the group and it looks as if it's
81.
going to be Group C barring anything else, that he's just been able to relax today, and maybe because of that, he's playing his best darts.
97.
Looks
Gavin,
like
you
he's playing with
require
a little bit more
141.
freedom, doesn't he? Oh, the one had to come off sometime.
Jelle, you require
Paul Hinks has the
129.
127 in game. Marco Meyer last time here christened the 129 in game. The bullseye for Klaasen for it.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth.
The bullseye for Klaasen
Jelle
for it.
Klaasen.
He did find the ball. I promise you he found the ball. He did it within 15 as well.
6 like it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
The hold to throw. Continue. Looked unlikely.
$96. 137. 100. 100.
Well, light up the blue touch paper, Jelle Klaasen. That 129 followed by visits to start the leg of
41.
137 and a max.
And another gear from somewhere.
42.
I was just about to say he's potentially on course for a personal best. Takes this 142 out. It will be a personal
25.
best.
Jelle, you require 142.
Up to that visit there, Gavin's not really done anything wrong in this match. Jelle's timing has been
62.
absolutely immaculate. He's himself on 80 after 12 against the darts to seal a 4-2 win. But what kind of pressure can Carlin put on it?
99.
Not
Jelle,
enough.
you require 80.
Double 10 for the match. Still an impressive start
Game,
to
shot,
the day
and the match,
for
Jelle
Jelle
Klaasen.
Klaasen, who gets the better of Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 2. Is he the man who's going to make the statements on Wednesday here at the Super Series, where he lands the first big blow of the day, a 97.84 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 8 on the doubles, including that brilliant 129 checkout as well. He gets the better of Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the last 2 players we haven't seen so far here on Wednesday. It's Arron Monk up against Dan Reed.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where it seems Jelle Klaasen has really found a different gear this morning, doesn't it? A 4-2 victory for him to get his morning session underway. As you can see, a 97.84 average in that one, his best so far of this week. And for the third time this week, coming out of the blocks really quickly in his opening match, a 14-dart hold of throw to get us underway in that one. Gav responded really well with a 14-dart hold of throw of his own. And as we mentioned yesterday, he didn't pick up any points yesterday, but certainly didn't perform badly, and that was very much the same in that match. A superb 1-2-9 on the ball from Jelle Klaasen, his 7th three-figure checkout of the week so far, really put him in control of the match, and from there he motored towards the finishing line. As I mentioned, his best average of the week so far, and it seems that he's left his best until the final day here in Group A. We can have a look then once more at the league table, and that does mean that he's in second place now. Arron Monk, of course, up next against Dan Reed. It might be that Colin Osborne is unable to catch at the top of the league standings, but Jelle Klaasen certainly looking good for a spot in place B at the very least. So it is Arron Monk against Dan Reed that's up next. The head-to-head for the week, it is one apiece when these two have met. It was Arron Monk who took the spoils on Monday, but on Tuesday, Dan Reed with a 4-2 victory, despite Arron Monk averaging 6 points more than Dan Reed in that one. But as we mentioned yesterday, Reed really improving on the finishing yesterday. His scoring was superb on Monday, but it seems he's put all aspects of his game together and he's performing very well indeed. One of the most improved players of yesterday. Can he continue to improve, or will Arron Monk get off to a better start than he did on day 2? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. One of the improved performers on day 2 at the Super Series, Dan Reed. What we're going to get from him on day 3, I wonder, up against Arron Monk, who we've seen some sublime stuff from. We've seen some interesting stuff from in the first 2 days of competition.
You're referring to ball 5 ball and double 17 tops and the 80 tops?
The 80 tops handed felt academic compared to what we've seen this week.
Well, it's, I think as Abby mentioned there, it's one apiece between the two, and it's hard to split them, and it's certainly hard for the compilers to split them. They've gone 4-5 Arron, Dan 10-11. I think that's just about right, isn't it?
First lag,
shall we leave that alone?
Throw first, game on.
Yeah, that's definitely a splinters won that one. I did like the look of Dan Reed yesterday. There was a lot of positives.
22.
Certainly more positives than negatives. He averaged 89.63 for the day yesterday at a high of 97.62. Only Nathan Girvan played better than him across the day yesterday.
140.
Arron was 86.11. He was 89.13 for the day on Monday.
60.
So his form dipped.
And it was a case yesterday at times of feast or famine
53.
for Arron Monk. Well, some excellence. He had a 94 average in there. We had one around about the 70 as well.
Well, Monday was very much like that, really, wasn't it? I know it was a better average, but that was because he had
36.
that wonderful 102.71 in the mix on Monday. But he did pop in a stinker yesterday. We averaged just shy of 70 when he was all at sea. We were down in Portsmouth, so I suppose that's apt.
Just look at the weather outside.
Yeah, the streets like the sea at the moment.
I actually had to get some armbands just in case the commentary box came under a deluge.
44.
I remember my first swimming lesson as well.
$100. Arron, you require 149.
State you were in Sunday. I thought that was your first drink.
117.
Beautiful setup there from Arron using the ball.
100. Arron, you require 32.
I have to be careful how much wine I put in the lasagna. Double three.
Yeah, that's
How
game
about
short in
that?
the first leg.
Well,
Arron Monk.
it was a double-double, not intended.
You know what we said about madness involving Arron Monk? He's living up to his nickname
Second
with that
leg is
particular
down the
finish.
throw first. Game on.
Was a hold of throw in slightly bizarre fashion.
140. 58.
Double, double, double.
$40.
Okay, give me flashbacks again.
81.
We've seen three top one. We've seen three balls from Simon Whitlock. It's a double. We have seen the 120, haven't we, from
100.
Jose de Souza. Three tops.
There's not much that silences Wayne Mardle, but that did.
Not for very long, unfortunately.
100.
Only banter, Wayne.
140.
Great to see your pal, Colin Hammond, doing some commentary this week.
Sure she enjoyed the stat
Dan, you
sheets.
require 81.
That was a miscount there from Arron. Should have been going for a 20 with his final dart, which would have left
that's game short
170,
in the
all
second
in
leg.
material.
Dan Reed.
That's a 14 darter and an 81 out for Dan Reed. Two holds of
Third
throw.
leg, it's Arron the throw
Still
first.
none the wiser.
Game on. $80.
Because I think we're seeing patches from players and then we're just seeing the odds. Oddly visit here and there.
82.
Actually, speaking to Marco this morning, he did his first little bit of a commentary on Via play in Holland at the weekend during the Grand Slam.
Did he?
96.
How did he get on?
Well, we're still here, so I'm sure he did a great
I
job.
wouldn't know how he would get on. I don't speak Dutch.
That's very true.
40.
We could find out if he's any good. His English is better than mine.
$100.
We pop you out to do the reffing and drop Marco in the box.
You
for a
definitely
game.
don't want to see me ref.
100.
Oh, we do.
I'll be having Kirk in my ear, don't worry about that.
You'll be getting no help whatsoever.
140.
It'll be a bit like the quiz again then.
$100. Arron, you require
Wasn't too happy
85.
because he got penalised points for answering too quick.
Isn't that the idea of a speed round?
Well, you'd think that's a
65.
logic, yeah.
Well, Arron will be back. Dan Reed not on a finish. Should stay there, really.
133.
Now
Arron,
there's
you
pressure on the
require
finish.
20. Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
Oh,
Arron
finishing
Monk.
from both has been okay here, especially Dan Reed with that 81. He's 1 out of 1.
Forward leg, it's
Arron's
down
now
the throw first.
2 out of
Game
5.
on.
Everything going with throw.
They've been comfortable on throw as well.
Yeah, they have.
$140. 95.
Talking about Marco. Lucky boy had a week in Malta
59.
last week in the sunnier climes.
Yeah, it was the Darchers over there, wasn't it? Certainly one I've always fancied, a nice little bit of winter sun and a bit of darts thrown in.
136.
Not that I ever get long enough off to have holiday nowadays.
This is holiday for you.
Love your job, mate. Don't work a day in your life.
134. Dan, you require 170. 130.
Not a bad second prize.
Happily take it. The 2-2, and yet again, it'd be another leg going with Faux, but this one may not be so comfortable.
Dan, you require 40.
And Dan Reed's up to here to around about 94.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Dan Reed.
His winning legs have been both won in 14 darts.
Fifth leg, it's Arron the throw first. Game on. $100.
It's one of those games it's hard to read at the minute, isn't it?
Is that a
59.
play onwards?
Too much time with the countdown, champ.
140.
If he stays here any longer, the countdown between legs would be actually the clock. Start of the leg would be did it.
100. 97. 40. Arron, you require 164. 28. 132. Arron, you require 136.
He's himself on the fish if Monk can't take the 136.
46. Dan, you require 170.
'Bullseye.
145.
Let's
Arron,
go
you
a while
require
away.
90.
Yeah, super effort. Who knows which way he's going to go for this? Well, conventional. Oops.
78. Dan, you require 25.
Smile from Marco. Double 5.
20.
He's very good left-handed.
Arron, you
Raymond van
require
Barneveld.
12.
He's actually naturally left-handed, doesn't he? I know he
Yeah.
holds a pen, doesn't he, in his left hand.
Yep. And it was risky from Arron. He could have bust, of course.
9. The last dart doesn't count.
Well, Kamara
Dan, you
laying down the rules there
require
because of the
5.
way that Arron released the dart. It doesn't count as a scoring dart. He threw it underarm instead of overarm. Good officiating there for Marco.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth flag. Dan Reed.
Well,
Sixth flag,
it's
it's
the
down
first
the
break
throw
of throw,
first.
and it goes
Game
to
on.
Dan Reed.
$100. 85.
And really, Arron in that last leg was kind of the architect of his own downfall there, really.
59.
Should have had that leg all wrapped up. And what it has done, it's presented Dan Reeve the opportunity to win 4-2. And you'd say from that point, you can probably eliminate Monk from the process of getting through Group A, and then it'd be the battle for Group B as he gets himself a maximum to leave himself on 162.
60.
And he's got 6 darts from here to do it.
40. 60. Dan, you require 122.
Do the 18s route here. Could go ball. Yeah, that leaves 97. Treble 18.
98.
And gets it. 24 left to wrap it up, 4-2.
All Arron Monk can do is apply pressure. He's going to do some of that.
140. Dan, you
That
require
140 just
24.
keeps him honest if this double 12 doesn't go for the match.
Game, shot,
And Dan Reeve completes a 4-2 victory over Arron Monk in an intriguing battle there. Reed winning in the end by 2 legs, averaging 87.39, 4 out of 10 on the doubles. Arron Monk 2 from 8, average of 84.5. So victory for Dan Reeve there puts him on to 10 points alongside Nathan Girvan, just 2 points behind Arron Monk in third. That could be crucial for Group B positioning. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Jelle Klaasen in action. He can go within 2 points of Colin Osborne at the top if he can get the better of Nathan Girvan.
Good morning and welcome back to the final day of action here in Group A, where Dan Reid has just beaten Arron Monk by 4 legs to 2 to get his first 2 points of this morning's session on the board. A really good contest, that one. Dan Reid in particular looking very strong indeed on throw early on. He missed the ball for a 170 break in leg 5, but was given further chances to clean up and eventually took them, with Arron Monk cutting a very frustrated figure up on stage, just not finding that clinical edge that was so often there on Monday. As you can see, 2 out of 8 on the outer ring for Monk in that one. Dan Reid with 40% checkout success in the end, finishing it with that double 12 to get over the line, and as I said, move within 2 points of Arron Monk in the league table. It's looking very interesting indeed there, and as Henry mentioned in commentary, that result could prove crucial in the race for a spot in Group B for Thursday and Friday sessions. Next up, we've got Nathan Girvan against Jelle Klaasen, and another really crucial tie at the top of the table. Of course, in the head-to-head, it is 1 apiece for this week's action. It was Nathan who was the victor yesterday after Jelle Klaasen won in a decider on the opening day in Group A. And then, as I mentioned, Nathan, a 4-1 victory for him yesterday with a 105.4 average in that one. Jelle, 2 darts at a double in that match, mainly because of Nathan's dominance in that fixture. As we've mentioned already so far today, Nathan Girvan really upping his level yesterday, unable to find that same scoring in his opening match of the day against Colin Osborne. But will he be able to recapture some of that form shown yesterday in this one? Let's find out in the company, once again, of Chris and Henry.
Thank you very much, Abby. This really does have the potential of being a real cracker between Nathan Girvan and Jelle Klaasen. Klaasen getting out the traps, flying in that opening win against Gavin Carlin by 4 legs to 2 with an average of 97.84. Nathan Girvan kicked off the day of a 4-1 defeat to Colin Osborne, but was the standout performer of day 2 in Group A. And looking at the odds, Mace, do you fancy the 4-6 on Girvan, the 11-10 on Klaasen, or does that fence feel too good?
Game on.
Well, on what we've seen so far, unless Nathan can find another gear, I think it would be well, especially if Jelle can replicate that performance.
80.
I'm not sure. I mean, Nathan did show yesterday that he does have the ability to play at another level, and what a start this is.
93.
If you're Nathan, are you looking at it from the approach now, this is knockout darts from here on in?
Yeah, I think he's under it even to finish in the top 3, isn't he? He's going to have to be pretty immaculate throughout the rest of the day.
90. Nathan, you require 42.
This is a much better start.
Yeah, that's game short in the first line. Nathan Girvan.
Dart hold.
Second leg, it's Jelle to
night
throw
and day
first.
from what we've seen
Game on.
in the opening match.
It's his best leg of the week so far. He had a couple of 12s
21.
in the first 2 days of action. That is first 11.
45.
Bit of adrenaline coursing through the veins there, I think, for Nathan after popping in the 11.
60.
They were very tight-looking opening 3 darts in leg 2.
Best leg of the week is a 10 by Arron Monk yesterday.
Shock horror.
123. 180.
Jelle's turn for the max.
140. Jelle, you require 140. 74.
Jelle won this tie Monday.
96.
4-3 with a
66.
84.5. Oh my goodness.
58.
Nathan got some revenge
Nathan, you require
yesterday
97.
with that 105.3941 win. Tops.
77. Jelle, you require 8.
So Jelle returns for double 4, now double 2 to level us up.
4. Nathan, you
He
require
couldn't find
20.
a way, and so Girvan will get his opportunity for the break of throw.
Ten. Jelle, you require 4.
Shuffle across, but too far over.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Jelle Klaasen.
Pearls one in the middle there. Jelle Klaasen to level us up at 1 apiece.
Performer starts.
Third leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
Nathan for 2-0.
135. 26. 108.
3 in terms of 180s in the match. 2-1 in that column
29.
to Nathan.
$58.
A long way in front in this third leg.
58. Nathan, you require 128.
Just under 108 at the minute, Nathan Girvan.
96.
32 after 12 in this leg. Again, we mentioned it yesterday, but
140. Nathan, you
pace
require
suits them
32.
both.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Nathan
Well, that's a
Girvan.
15 darter. And a 2-1 lead. He is going along very nicely. 101.
Fourth leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
0
Game
the average. His average come down after hitting the 15 darter.
134.
It's not too bad, is it? We're talking in his first game about Colin Osborne being a
44.
bogey opponent for Nathan. It feels like possibly the other way round in this game, where Nathan's being a bit of a curse to Jelle.
140.
It may just be the pace of Colin. I think we did touch on it yesterday. He's not particularly
57.
slow, but if you're pacey like Nathan, you just don't feel like you're getting any kind of rhythm.
48.
That may be why he's struggled in
44.
terms of performances against Colin in the average department.
139.
Well, this is much better from Klaasen, leaving tops after 12.
60. Jelle, you
Nice up at
require
2
40.
apiece.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg.
Oh, it's
Jelle Klaasen.
a little erratic so far from Nathan.
Fifth leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
He's 1 in 11 and 15. Missed 4
100.
darts at a double in leg 2. And was stranded back on 296 in that last leg.
100.
Apart from that second leg, it's been a game absolutely dominated by the player throwing first.
44.
The opponent's almost been left at sea by the time the final double's been hit.
57. 134. 80.
41 points in front, plus these. Be a big 20. Tempted to go for the 54, but he's
59.
tried to work around that blocker.
$40. Nathan, you require 164. 140.
Well, there's a bad 140, but that was sweet to leave 2 12s.
60. Nathan, you require 24. Yeah, that's game short.
First time in hand. He was so good on that double yesterday, especially in that game against Jelle. The amount of combinations in around the 70s where he hit the treble to leave the double 12 and get it first poke.
6 like it's Jelle to throw first.
72,
Game
75, wasn't it? 70.
Do you have a 79 on the double 18?
46.
Something like that. Yeah, he was mustard. 71, wasn't it?
Yes, that was the one.
39, 32, and they were all popped in 2 darts.
57.
And the approach play was absolutely marvellous in that match.
Yeah, the
105.
double trouble hitting in the 200s, wasn't it?
To paraphrase George Orwell, all 140s are equal, but some are more equal than others.
180. 96.
What did he ever win?
The Animal Farm Championships in 1984.
He wouldn't have beaten Bristow in 84, or 85, or 86.
122.
No, but his big brother did.
98. Nathan, you require 142.
Shame he's not on 101.
No, we just consign that to room 101.
96. Jelle, you require 156.
Oh, Jelle might be consigning this
59.
game to room
Nathan,
101.
you require
Maybe
46.
consigning it to 0 points because Girvan now wants double
Game,
16
shot,
to seal a
Nathan
4-2
Girvan.
victory. And it may have just derailed the Dutchman's chances of going on to win Group A. A 4-2 win then for the Scot with a 94.19 average, 3 maximums to his name, 4 out of 10 on the checkout, a high out of 46. And so Nathan Girvan, a 4-2 victor over Jelle Klaasen. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, we're going to see Dan Reed up against the table topper, Colin Osborne.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And a reminder, you can book your free tickets for finals night by visiting dartshop.tv. But back here in Group A, it's the final day of action in this group, and Nathan Girvan has just got the better of Jelle Klaasen by 4 legs to 2. Another superb performance from Girvan in that one. We wondered whether he'd be able to recapture that form shown yesterday in this match, kicking off with an 11 dart hold. He certainly answered that question very quickly indeed. And on throw, Girvan in particular looked unbreakable with 3 180s in that match, 4 out of 10 on the outer ring. Superb from him in that one, and he finally found that all-important break of throw in the 6th leg, a 14 dart leg against the throw, to strengthen his chances of securing a spot in Group B. Jelle Klaasen's finishing in that match really letting him down at times. We can have a look then at the league table and see what that match does. It of course means that Nathan Girvan is back level on points with Arron Monk in the league table. Jelle Klaasen still looking good for a spot in Group B, but Nathan Girvan doing his chances of joining him a lot of good indeed. Next up, it's the man who currently sits top of the group on 18 points in Colin Osborne. He takes on Dan Reed in this next match. In the head-to-head so far this week, it is 1 apiece, both of them by 4-2 score lines. It was Colin Osborne who took the points on the opening day, but then Dan yesterday becoming just the 2nd player in Group A to get the better of Colin Osborne. Of course, both of these players have won their opening matches so far in this morning's session. Colin, a 95.5 average in his opener, getting the better of Nathan Girvan. A really high quality match, that one, and he certainly set the standard, didn't he, in that opening match, and really turning the screw at the top of the table. Can he move even closer to booking his spot in finals night in this match, or can Dan Reed prevent him from picking up the 2 points? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, Colin Osborne is pretty much on the hill now, isn't he? 1 more win and he's pretty much there, barring the shouting. He'd have lead over Jelle Klaasen of 6 points. Klaasen would only have 6 points left to play for, and there's a 17-leg swing and the legs difference.
Yeah, he's pretty much home and hosed and the winner of Group A, and I suppose he's been the most consistent, hasn't he?
Yeah, days of 4-1 and 4-1, and that's why he's in this dominant position at the top of the table.
16 points of a possible 20. You'd take that all day long, wouldn't you, over the course of 2 days? And of course, made the perfect start to today, defeating someone who potentially could have been his closest rival on performances alone after yesterday's wonderful day for Nathan Girvan. But he took care of that in the opening match, defeating Nathan 4-1
43.
95-58. You'd think he's going to have to be around that kind of number there. Both consistently in that 6-visit territory.
120.
No, he mentioned it in his first game of the day against Nathan, but the way Colin Osborne's gone about the group is how you be successful here at the Super Series. You're not going to play well every single game here, just sod's law, 15 games, you're not going to, but the scrappy ones he won.
Yeah, and that's experience, isn't it? And that's half the battle. You're gonna have those games. I found once it's sort of got scrappy in the middle, you tended to just run through the rest of the match like that, and then you get some edgy moments where you both end up chasing doubles
81.
around, and 16, 17 and 18 darters become 22, 23, 24 darters. And that's what obviously kills the average.
125.
120 with a bounce out. 140, 125. They go 5 to 6 each of 2.
60.
1 win apiece.
Colin, you require 160.
Both by the same scoreline, wasn't it? 4-2 to Colin on Monday and 4-2 to Dan yesterday. The only player to defeat Colin.
77.
He went left early, didn't he, on a similar shot of 1-5. Gone right this time.
Yeah, if this was a Champions League tie, then we'd be level on aggregate by now.
Colin, you require 39.
Going to penalties.
Which could effectively be the decider for Osborne to get him out of the group. And he's broken the throw in the first leg with a 14 darter. And he's just going about his business so nicely this morning. Average
second leg, it's
95.5 in that opening win against Nathan. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. Didn't get a max in that match, though, interestingly enough. Man who's got the most maximums of anyone in this group.
140.
How many did we have yesterday? It wasn't as many as we had on Monday, was it? Yesterday we had 32 180s, 38 on Monday, with Colin hitting 11 of them. Jelle Klaasen at 8 yesterday.
Yeah,
100.
Most of all the players, wasn't it?
Yeah, Osborne leads the 180 stats after 2 days of 15. Jelle on 12. Gavin also on 12. 11 each for Arron and Dan. Nathan with 9 maxes to his name so far this week.
Well, Gavin Carlin hit 7 yesterday and didn't win a match. And had an 11 darter.
140.
But it was that double statistic of 27.27%, which was his undoing in the end.
Colin, you require 121.
That maximum will do Dan Reid. All ends are good.
Or will it?
Could be academic if Osborne can find the bullseye.
96. Dan, you require 104.
.48 for 36.
68. Colin, you require 25.
So this is for 13 on the back of a 14. And Dan Reid just having a little bit of frustration to creep in. And that
9.
2 nice
Dan,
darts, but
find
its way in.
I thought we'd have used that first start just as a bit of a guide.
27.
Dear.
Colin, you require 16.
Now you sense trouble's ahead for Dan Reid. Now, both players have missed 4 darts at double in this match. Osborne isn't going to miss a 5th on this occasion, though. And he leads 2-0, averaging a ton. 14 and a 16 so far. Dan Reid averaging 90.6 has got a bit of work to do here.
$59. $60.
Squeeze the final dart in between the two. Only 60.
$45.
Gavin Carlin against Arron Monk to follow. And a big one for Nathan Girvan, match number 7 against Colin's opponent here, Dan Reid.
60.
Don't forget, tomorrow is double session day.
140.
This man will be back at his hotel room.
100.
Relaxing, watching everyone else go through the ringer.
Double shift, Mace. The double red eye.
Yeah, it's not the Thursday that's the killer, it's that Friday morning, isn't it? Come off air at around about 1:30 on Thursday night stroke Friday morning, and then
60.
back in first thing. Who needs sleep anyway?
Overrated. Who needs sleep when you've got a certain Austrian drinks brand? Who, according to the quiz last night, own football teams in Leipzig and Salzburg and New York. Still not as good as the 2010's pop rock round.
140. Dan, you require 57.
This has got to go. Topsy needs 10s.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Left it
third
late.
leg. Dan Reed.
He will now feel like he's in this match, but he's still got a lot of work to do. Colin with that
Forward leg,
early
it's
break
Colin
of
the
throw in leg one.
first. Game on.
Has the honour here to make it 3-1.
Dan Reed's best friend, Double 10, coming to his rescue. And both players averaging here pretty much what they did in the first game. Colin Osborne, 94.8, although that's going to go up now to a 95, which was what he averaged in that form win against Girvan, whereas Dan Reed is averaging 87.94 here. He averaged 87.39 in his 4-2 success against Arron Monk in game 3.
And Dan Reed's running average for the week, 88.4, so it's not far away.
100. $66. 100.
Colin Osborne very much from that generation of stacker dart players. Case in point there.
100.
Yeah, they land very flat. And it does allow him to work over and under.
100.
Well, this is a real old school leg of darts, this. 4 tons. The perfect
45.
15.
Colin, you require 101.
Surprised you've not got the flashing graphic on. Still very much on. As old school as it gets.
Yeah,
As good as it gets for Colin Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
And he leads 3-1 and he's almost there. One more leg.
Fifth leg, it's down the through.
And he's pretty much as good as through.
There's something just a little hypnotic about that. 4 tons and 101 out. And done perfectly, 60 to 1 on the tops.
It's aesthetically pleasing, isn't it?
It is.
140.
Another absolutely rock-solid performance from Colin Osborne. The average
85.
98.24, and he was hovering around that in that 4-1 win against Nathan Girvan in the opening match of the day. He ended with an average of 95.58.
125.
Look at the scoring. It's absolutely dominant, isn't it? And those
40.
3 extra 140s take care of that 180. And some.
And this is a compliment to Colin Osborne. Players as good as him make 99 averages just look so routine,
32.
doesn't he? Like a par for the course.
And he's playing well within himself. It doesn't look like it's
121.
It's stretching him at all.
Just looks so in check, doesn't he?
60.
It might as well be checkmate now for all of his opponents in the group.
So would I, though, I suppose, if I'd only lost 2 in 10. Or should I say 2 in 11.
131. Colin, you require 144.
Wrap it up in style. Wow.
51. Dan, you require 24.
Right, to bring it back to 3-2. Double 6.
No score. Colin, you require 93.
Loves double 10 so much, he even gets it when he doesn't want it. And so it presents Colin Osborne with the opportunity now to Seal a 4-1 win. It'd be his second 4-1 win in succession.
Well, it could go a double 19. It looks double 16.
Game, shots,
And
and
Colin
a match.
Osborne
Colin Osborne
gets it done in the end with an 18 darter. The 93 finish, 19:42:32. He had a high finish of 101 in that wonderful leg that contained full scores of a ton and the 101 out. 50% on the doubles. And it is Colin Osborne who moves on to 20 points. When we come back after the break, Gavin Carlin faces Arron Monk.
Well, there is absolutely no stopping Colin Osborne as he approaches the finish line and qualification for finals night. Is there Henry Deacon? He just seems to be getting better and better. He's added about 8-9 points onto his average from yesterday and Monday. This really is superb from him.
This is dominant. That's what it is from Colin Osborne. He got the 4-1 yesterday and he won a couple of scraps, but today he's just gone out there and at the minute he's tearing the field apart. And Dan Reed and Nathan Girvan were two of the most impressive performers on Tuesday here at the Super Series, and he's gone and he's done the business, hasn't he?
Yeah, word on Nathan Girvan, because he did get that 4-2 victory, of course, over Jelle Klaasen. He does seem to have the beating of him at the moment, but it is Colin Osborne who he's really struggling to get the better of. But again, we've said it time and time again, the way he responds to those little setbacks is incredibly impressive for a man of his age.
Yeah, and we're saying in the commentary box, there's just certain players where sometimes they've got your number, or you've got their number, and that just seems to be the case with Colin and Nathan at the minute. But as you say, how do you respond from that? And this format, it tests your character in these sort of setback scenarios, and he came back from it well. The battle's going to be for top three, and I think that's going to be an intriguing battle as the day goes on. But he set himself in a really good position to be in that Group B tomorrow night.
Yeah, that Alan Suter grit really rubbing off on Nathan Girvan at the moment. We can take a little look then at the league table, and it is, as you said, that race for a Group B spot that's really starting to heat up now. Arron Monk is up next, of course, against Gav Carlin. Gav Carlin, of course, he is rock bottom on 2 points, but that doesn't tell the whole story for him, does it? Because he has put in some really good performances. It's just his finishing that's let him down time and time again.
27% yesterday, and that was the difference. I mean, a lot of those games yesterday were 4-2s, and the difference in those games is usually a middle leg somewhere. If there's a couple of missed doubles here and there, that's where the game tends to change, and that's kind of been the story of the week so far.
And even coming into today, it looked like he was going to be gearing up for a place in Group C. And it is about, you know, getting that confidence in there going into that next campaign. But for him to not be picking up points, can he still take that hope from his performance levels, or does he really need to get a few points on the board in order to do that?
Performances are great. Points are better. There's no better feeling in the world of dart. And I know this is an obvious statement to say, but...
It was an obvious question.
It's obvious question, obvious answer, but... Look, winning matches is the best way to fill you with confidence, and we said at the start of the day up here on the balcony, that's what you want to do, try and, even a 3-2 day, just to have something that's on a better side going into tomorrow, where it's a complete blank canvas. We've seen Kieran Tian get 6 points in a Group A and go on and win a week, so Group A doesn't dictate what you do over the course of 5 days. But look, confidence is absolutely everything.
And for Arron Monk, with Nathan breathing down his neck, how important do you think it is for him to get those 2 points, especially because we did see quite a bit of frustration up there in his opening game?
Yeah, and I think he needs to get one on the board quickly, because Nathan is breathing behind his neck and very, very quickly, and you can begin to panic when you have someone chasing you and the results your end aren't following.
Yeah, and especially when it took such a long time for results to follow performances for him yesterday. That might be playing on his mind a little bit as well coming into today's action.
Possibly, and again, because it's a ruthless format, you are on and you're off, you're on and you're off. If one thing plays on your mind, then it can quickly develop and envelop, and it can sew you up inside.
Absolutely. The key in life is to just not think too much. Right then, let's get into the next one. Chris, back over to you.
Thanks, Abby. Well, for Gavin Carlin now, it's all about just putting in some work, maybe make a few little changes. Just getting ready to go again tomorrow, where he will start afresh. For Arron, like Nathan and Jelle and Dan Reed, they're desperate to avoid the Thursday and Friday morning, where it's a 6-player field and only the top 2 go through. Of course, as I've mentioned, Group B, Thursday and Friday night, it's a 5-player field. It's a much quicker format, and it's the top 3 that join those top 2, and the winner, of course, from this Group A, which, all bar the shouting, is Colin Osborne. And rightly so, Henry.
First luck, it's Gavin to throw
Most
first.
definitely, he's won in every way possible this week, but today he's just gone up and found another gear on the day it matters most.
Just gone about his business.
40.
And he would have known at the start of the day exactly what he's got to do, and he's pretty much gone and done it.
43.
A couple of wins early on, and then you're forcing the issue of everyone else, and one more win for him, he's mathematically through. One more slip up from somebody else, then job's done.
34. 100.
Monday's meeting between the two went
60.
all the way. Both players averaging just over 88. It's 4 180s from Arron in that match. 2 from Gavin.
59. 41. 100.
Yes, yesterday. It was a 4-2 win. Slightly lower key affair, just the 2 180s in the match, both to Gavin Carlin. It was Arron who did the double.
99. Gavin, you require
even
46.
Money. Gavin Carlin, 8-11, the favourite. Arron Monk.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg. Gavin Carlin.
But it's a 17-dart hold to Gavin. Gets this one up and running.
Second leg, it's Arron the throw first. Game on.
Again, it's just that mentality, isn't it? Getting off to a losing start and trying to
93.
buck the trend. We've seen Nathan Girvan do it very, very well against Jelle Klaasen.
And you just feel for Gavin, just needs to find a win from somewhere at some point. Almost like a black hole sometimes when you struggle. You just want to be swallowed up on that stage.
180.
But we mentioned on the balcony just now,
40.
Kieran Tian really did struggle in Group A in week 6 of the last series. But then managed to find a way to forget about it, know that everyone's going to be on the same number of points tomorrow morning. And then attack the rest of the week. Talking about attack, that's exactly what Monk has done in leg 2. Potential 11 darter coming here. 12 will do, although he doesn't have to think about the bullseye here. But Carlin all the way back on 359.
56.
So back on 32 after 12 for 13.
100. Arron, you require 32. Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
And level we are at 1 apiece, courtesy of that 14 darter from Arron Monk.
Third leg, it's Gavin the throw first. Game on.
Both players with comfortable
80.
holds.
60.
Both players equally desperate for a win, but for slightly differing reasons.
81.
For Gavin, it's just a bit of confidence going into tomorrow, isn't it?
And I suppose the issue for Gavin is not trying too hard
100.
to force the issue and get that win. Because sometimes you can overstate and overthink the situation.
29. 58. 45. 59.
Well, advantage Monk in this leg, although it could be given away here if Carlin can get a decent score.
$59. 45.
These two have just reached a bit of a stalemate at the minute.
Yeah, it's one of those that someone's just got to get hold of it and go for it.
139. Gavin, you require 110.
No, may have done exactly that, leaving tops. Unless Carlin can take out the 110 on top.
That's game short in the third leg. Gavin Carlin.
A darling from Carlin. 110 out.
Forward leg, it's Arron the throw
darter
first.
in the end, so
Game on.
Arron there has had 18 darts in the leg and not one of them had a double. Which sort of defies his numbers, doesn't it?
100.
6-visit territory in terms of running averages.
99.
Averaged 84.59 in that 4-2 defeat to Dan Reed on the first game that he played today. Overall this week,
60.
87.67 the average.
180.
As Carlin gets his second max of the match.
This is
140.
third for the day.
$140.
Makes it 15 for the week.
Not bad going at all.
145. Gavin, you require
And he's just
82.
working on those doubles, which after the end of day 2 was at 26.5%.
42. Arron, you require 56.
That is actually his first miss on the outer ring in this match, and it's presented Arron Monk with the opportunity to level us back up at 2 apiece. 2 10s.
46.
Doesn't go, and so Carlin now for the break of throw and a 3-1 lead, and Monks knows
Gavin, you
the
require 40.
significance of that missed double.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth line.
He finds the
Gavin
double.
Carlin.
Here's back-to-back legs.
Fifth flag, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
180 in the leg and a 15-dart break of throw. He's to lose from here.
43.
And that tops has really been the one double that's bailed Carlin out this week.
84. 85. 96. 140. 180.
This one. Oh, another twist in its tail. Another one leaves a ton.
95. Arron, you require 141.
6 140s and 4 180s
59.
in the match.
Gavin, you require
So far in
138.
Oh, nearly 5 legs. Double 12 for the match.
Game.
Well,
shot,
what a way
and the
to
match.
finish.
Gavin Carlin.
Back-to-back 15-dart legs and a beautiful 1-3-8 finish. Treble 19, treble 19, double 12. And that will certainly make Gavin Carlin feel a whole lot better. It was Arron Monk with the higher average of the two, 92.15. But it is Carlin getting the win 4-1 with an 84.22. Up next, Nathan Girvan against Dan Reed.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Gav Carlin has just recorded his first victory in 10 attempts, getting the better of Arron Monk in that last match. Neither player troubled on throw early on in that one, a game that really was screaming for someone to take it by the scruff of the neck. A 110 finish from Gav Carlin certainly threatened to do just that, and more frustration for Monk, who squandered multiple opportunities at the back end of legs. As you can see, just 25% checkout success for him in that one, and a superb 138 out from Gav Carlin managed to secure the 2 points for him, and crucially for Carlin, stopping the rot in Group A and giving him that much needed confidence boost going into Thursday and Friday sessions, which he will most probably be playing in Group C, of course, which are Thursday and Friday mornings. Next up, Nathan Girvan against Dan Reed, and following that defeat for Arron Monk, it certainly puts the ball back in Nathan Girvan's court in terms of qualifying for Group B. It is he, of course, who has won these two meetings between himself and Dan Reed so far this week. Yesterday, Nathan really clinical in this fixture, as he was in truth throughout the course of the day. Of course, despite Dan having a slightly higher average, he did miss 8 darts at a double in this meeting yesterday. Both players with a very realistic chance of a spot in Group B. But as I said, this is a huge game, and it is Nathan Girvan who has the opportunity to certainly put the pressure on and give himself a really, really strong chance of finishing in a Group B spot. Will he be able to get the 2 points in this one then and get a third successive victory over Dan Reed? Let's hand back over to Chris and Henry to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, we are about to find out. These two were the biggest improvers on Tuesday at the Super Series. As of day 3, Dan Reed got his day off and running with a 4-2 win against Arron Monk before going on the wrong end of a 4-1 scoreline against Colin Osborne. Similar story for Nathan Girvan, but in reverse order. He kicked off against Colin and a 4-1 defeat before then following up with a 4-2 against Jelle Klaasen, and bookmakers struggling to really pick these two apart, and based on their form today so far, we've seen Girvan average 94 in that win against Klaasen, and 84 against Osborne. Dan Reed has averaged 87 and 82 respectively.
100.
Perfect start for Dan Reed.
Absolutely. What a start that is.
57.
An 8 to 13. Nathan to win this one. Dan Reed. 6 to 5.
95.
Some start.
58.
Again, those low darts coming in. It's another max.
140.
Plenty of room for it.
92. Dan, you require 86.
Scintillating start for Dan Reed, leaving 86 after 9.
Even won this tie on Monday, 4-3 with an 88-34. 93-35 in defeat for Dan Reed.
81. Dan, you require 32.
The double was done yesterday for Nathan, winning 4-2. But again, it was Dan who had the higher average, 97-62.
No score. Nathan, you require 113.
92.
44.
Back for another opportunity 32. At the 32, having just missed 3 at it. Well, 2 lovely markers to pave the way for the third, and a breaker throw for Dan Reed in the opener. Excellent scoring phase in that leg, but It took him to the
Second
sixth
leg,
attempt
it's down to throw
and a double
first.
16
Game
to
on.
get over the line.
We had 9 ton-plus finishes yesterday, 10 on Monday. We only had 5
140.
today. And we're only in match number 7. Finishes of 132 from Colin Osborne,
80.
129 from Klaasen, a 138 from Carlin, a 106 from Gavin Carlin, and a 101 from Osborne in the back of that old school perfect leg.
140. 60.
Just when the door was opened with that result
60.
from Carlin against Monk, full 1 in his favour. Nathan has so far,
180.
I say so far, not
Then you
did the
require
business,
161.
will make him feel a whole heap better, but he's still under it.
137.
Or potential 13. Been
105.
absolutely exemplary
Then you
scoring
require
by Dan
24.
Reid.
Yeah, that's
It's not done much work altogether. Leading 2-0, averaging a shade under 94. And a nice show of respect from the two players there.
Making the throw first. Game on.
And played in a real good spirit.
100.
I suppose being in that practice room, it is very small in there. You get to know the players quite well on an individual basis over the course of the time you're together.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those you
85.
know you're spending, well, if you're coming on a Monday, potentially spending 6 days with some members of the group.
100.
There's only one moment during the week 1, or should I say week 12, that I played in.
128.
Barry Bates soon calmed the situation with a bit of humour when he called Alan Norris Gezi Norris because of his celebrations, and that sort of broke the ice and everybody laughed. But we did call him Gezi Norris for the rest of the week.
50. Then you require 136. 96. Nathan, you require
double after 12.
138.
Pressure on the 138. We've just seen it from Carlin, and he went this way.
126.
It wasn't too far away, and that's Nathan Girvan's first dart at a double. On the back of the 138, and he's not going to get another in this leg. And Dan Reid opens up a 3-0 lead. The double breaker throw, averaging a ton. That was a 13.
Ford Larkins down the throw
45
first.
darts used to win the opening 3 legs. 180, 4 140s.
100.
He's missed 6 darts at a double. They all came, of course, in, well, the majority in the opening leg.
22.
Yeah, it took him 6 starts, didn't it, to win the first leg. Since then, not been a blemish on the outer ring.
Was a good thing.
92.
He hasn't really presented Girvan with an opportunity there as of yet.
Well, the opening leg was
140.
eventually 1 in 18. Nathan would have had 18 darts in the leg.
95. 134.
84 points away from wrapping up a 4-0 win, averaging 101.
100.
And it's just looked so efficient from Dan Reid. He can wrap it up here with a potential 14. Girvan's not on a finish, so he didn't have to worry about going the bullseye route.
44.
So leaves himself on tops to wrap up a
140.
4-0 victory.
40. Game.
And there was
shot,
absolutely
and
no
match
messing about
done,
there.
Reed.
That was ruthless from Reed to seal a 4-0 win against Nathan Girvan with an average of 98.5. One maximum apiece in that match. Nathan Girvan being restricted to one dart at double. That was on the back of a 1-3-8 combination finish. But Dan Reed absolutely ruthless there to seal a 4-0 victory against Nathan Girvan. It's actually the first 4-0 win since game 2 on Monday. That's how tight this group has been. We're going to take a short break. Upon our return, it's Jelle Klaasen up against Arron Monk.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Dan Reed has just completed a whitewash win over Nathan Girvan, a really significant match in the battle for a spot in Group B. And it was Dan Reed who was clinical. He was ruthless and relentless throughout that one, wasn't he? He got out of the blocks really quickly indeed, scoring so heavily that it didn't really matter that he missed darts at the back end of that opening leg. But from there, he was clinical in all aspects of his game as it all came together very nicely indeed for him in that one. He allowed Girvan just that one dart at a double in that match. Such was his dominance in that one. And of course, it does have significant it does bode significantly for his chances of securing a spot B place as well. We can have a little look at the league table at this point. And it does mean that he's now level on points with Arron Monk and Nathan Girvan, of course, on 12 points in that league table. And it is a congested table in that race, isn't it, for a spot in Group B. Next up, then, we've got Jelle Klaasen up against Arron Monk. And it is Monk who's been the victor in this fixture twice already this week. But he is, of course, still looking for his first win of today, much like yesterday. He's looked a little flat at times out there, a little dejected as well at times. Can he produce something, though, to really get himself firing on day 3 in Group A? Jelle's delivered contrasting performances, really, so far on this third day of action in Group A. Will he be able to find a bit more consistency? Let's find out and hand back over to our commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. I know you're excited about your vegetarian spaghetti bolognese. Couldn't get your words out.
Alphabetti spaghetti.
Yeah, yeah. Good idea.
No. Matthew Edgar's here in a couple of weeks. Could play Countdown with Alphabetti spaghetti. Countdown Conundrum Carbonara.
I'll be all right as long as there's no X's and Q's and...
Let's put a fork in that and let's delve into this meeting between Monk and Klaasen.
First leg, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
When you look at the form guide today, Jelle Klaasen 97.84 average and a 4-2 win against Gavin Carlin to start. Arron Monk 84.5 and a 4-2 defeat to Dan Reed. Monk then went on to average 92 and a 4-1 defeat to Gavin Carlin, whilst for Klaasen he averaged 80.31 in a 4-2 defeat to
100.
Nathan Girvan. It's fair to say we don't quite know what to expect from the pair going into this one.
No, I like Klaasen in this one. I have to
84.
say, he was the 4-6 favourite. He will take a lot from performance earlier on.
96.
It is the Dutchman who's got off to the faster start of the two, leaving 186
100.
after 9 with the darts.
58.
I'm wondering how the throw is predetermined. We actually have a data system where it's all computerized. So the player on the left-hand side will always throw first in every game up until the final, which is a straight pull-up. And it does even itself out. It's all computerized. Very smart how it's all done. This could be a very smart finish. The 1-2-8 on the double four for Jelle Klaasen to open up a 1-0 lead in 15.
Yeah, and of course, whoever has the
Second
throw
leg, it's Arron to throw first.
on
Game
the
on.
Monday is against the throw on the Tuesday, and then it's random on the Wednesday. Of course, Thursday and Friday is easy because they only meet twice.
36.
And the fixtures is like a 90s rap. We flip it
100.
around and reverse it. That's how we work it.
60.
Talking about tomorrow and Friday, joining us in Group C, Kevin Painter, Martin Turner, and a debut for Tony Woods in Group B. The defending champion is here. Conan Whitehead returns to the Super Series stage alongside Danny Smith and Daryl Pilgrim. What a group that's going to be.
Absolutely.
97.
In all honesty, I'm not sure I'd want to get through to the Thursday and Friday night.
Colin's thinking, I'm glad I'm staying away from that for now.
134. Jelle require 170.
Well, Conan and Daryl played so well in our last
58.
series. Conan, of course, winning it in the end.
Conan actually beat Daryl Pilgrim in the semi-finals on Champions Night. There's going to be some retribution there for the Eagle.
He did the treble.
47. Arron, you require 104.
Up for tops.
84.
That would have been for back-to-back ton-plus finishes in this match.
Yeah, that's game short in the second.
And that's an excellent recovery from Jelle Klaasen following the bounce out with the first start. As you can see there, then straight for 15, and then the ball. Beautiful from Jelle.
140. 135. 177.
He is playing superbly here. 112 finish in leg 1, a ball finish on the 65 in leg 2. 177 there, he's averaging 101.46. Remember, has a Super Series PB of 98.
64.
He's himself on a Shanghai after 9.
60.
Now, Arron stayed there and he's left 166 as a consequence. And so Jelle's got 6. He may only need the 3. He can find the tops.
Arron's just
80.
realised that he's left himself a bogey.
Tell when he walked back to the board, it suddenly dawned, didn't it?
Disgust.
Jelle, you require 40.
Ironically
20.
there, Arron Monk actually walked the wrong
Arron,
way, so he actually passed the Dutchie on the
141.
left-hand side.
Very good. How long have you been waiting to do that?
89. Jelle, you require 20. Yeah, that's game
Double
short
10
in the
for 3-0
third
for
line.
Klaasen.
Jelle Klaasen.
This is outstanding from Jelle.
Forward like it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Around 5 minutes, he's reeled off 3 legs. The average has dropped off a little.
100. 96. 54. 42.
Colin Osborne up next in Group A against Gavin Carlin. Win there would put everything beyond doubt from his perspective. Because Jelle's doing his side of the bargain at this present moment in time, although on this occasion it's Arron who's first to an outshot on 127. This is to save the game.
140. Arron, you require 127.
Has pressured 127 with a third 140. 25 would leave 32.
55. Jelle, you require 102. 70. Arron, you
Wasn't
require
too far
72.
away from that double 16 to seal the deal.
Treble 16, single 16 leaves tops. Oh. Yep, 48 left.
40. Jelle, you
That
require
time he
32.
steadied himself. He didn't have a moment where the
Game,
blood was rushed,
shot,
but
and a
Jelle
match.
Klaasen
Jelle Klaasen.
rushes to a 4-0 win against Arron Monk. Another good performance from the Dutchman, another average above the 90 mark, this time 92.49 in a 4-0 destruction in the end. A 1-2-8 checkout to open up the game. We saw a brilliant bullseye finish in there as well, and it was a destructive and ruthless 4-0 win for Jelle Klaasen against Arron Monk. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Colin Osborne can seal his place in finals night with a win against Gavin Carlin.
Welcome back to the Super Series, where Jelle Klaasen has just produced our second successive whitewash victory in Group A. A 4-0 win for him in that one over Arron Monk. Jelle Klaasen kick-starting that match with his 8th three-figure outshot of the week. A superb 1-2-8 from him to complete a 15-dart leg. Monk unable to reply with a ton-plus finish of his own in the following leg, and Klaasen established a 2-0 lead in that one. Jelle, as we mentioned, really set his stalls out in the opening game of the day, dipped quite significantly in his second, but he was back to his free-flowing best in that one. 44% checkout success for him in that one, and as you can see, Arron Monk just the one dart at the outer ring in that entire match. He's really starting to cut a very frustrated figure out there, still searching for his first win of the day. We can have a look then at the league table, and it is Jelle Klaasen who is looking very good indeed to secure a Group B spot. As Henry mentioned in commentary, Colin Osborne can secure his spot in finals night if he is to get the better of Gav Carlin in our next match. It is Colin who has won both of these meetings so far this week. Gav Carlin, of course, currently bottom of the table on 4 points, but it is Colin Osborne who's picked up the 2 victories in this fixture so far this week, and a win. He is mathematically through to finals night. He certainly deserved it so far as well, hasn't he? Raising his game on this third day of action. But as for Carlin, he'll take confidence from that victory over Monk in his last match. A superb 1-3-6 checkout from him in that one as well to get over the line in that match. Can Colin Osborne then secure his spot at finals night with a victory here? Let's hand back to the commentary team to find out.
Thank you very much, Abby. And so this is potentially the moment for Colin Osborne, 47-year-old from Middlesbrough, to qualify his way through to Saturday night's final here in week 4 of Series 2, of Super Series 2, here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If he is to get through, he'll have a 1 in 6 chance of joining Jim McEwen, Alexander Merckx and Justin Smith at Champions Week in February. They got the better of Scott Walters, Robert Rickwood and Martin Adams, respectively, in the first 3 weeks of competition. And if you want to join us for Saturday night's finals, please do.
First leg,
your tickets are free of charge for every single Saturday session. They're available on dartshop.tv between now and the start of February. We've even got our own little page now on the website with really nice updated website as well. Excellent work from the team who do a heck of a lot of work behind the scenes here at MODUS Sports. So do head over there, dartshop.tv, for all of that. Plus, you can get your tickets for the World Seniors 100. In February. Plenty of darting entertainment to come, courtesy of Modus Darts. Now, we saw a vast improvement from Gavin in that last game. I know it was an 84, but it felt much better than that.
Well, there was just that one
81
poor leg, wasn't there? And that ultimately affected the overall average, but around that one poor leg, he was very impressive. And Colin's just been
125.
Typically rock solid.
$39. 41. 96. 40. 134. Colin, you require 153.
Well, Carlin leaves himself on 51, but it's Osborne first to finish on the 153, which isn't going to go. So, Carlin on 51.
Gavin, you require 51. Yeah, that's game short.
He loves it up that part of the board. Gavin he loves Carlin. It again there. Breaker throw in 17 for Gavin Carlin to take a 1-0 lead against
Second
Colin
mark, it's
Osborne.
Gavin
This is
through
the
first. Game
bookending
on.
battle in the table, top versus bottom.
100.
Number 9 of 15. Up next, Dan Reed back in action against Jelle Klaasen, a fascinating tie. And then Gavin Carlin will
43.
return against Nathan Girvan. That's a must-win game for Nathan.
That Reed against Klaasen tie is a battle between the two players with the highest average of the day so far. Out of a 97 against Gavin Carlin. Dan Reed with a 98.5 in his last
85.
match.
$58.
There's our Marco.
$81. 40.
Be interesting because he's here next week. I suppose it's glad that England and Holland don't play each other in the group stages at the World Cup. I think they can meet in the quarterfinals, so maybe I don't know if he's down for that, but that'd be interesting.
100.
It starts Sunday, doesn't it? 4 o'clock. Wales and England play on Monday, don't they?
Qatar is Ecuador to start us off.
140.
I'm watching Haverton Waterlooville up against Weymouth. They actually played Colin's team at the weekend in the FA Trophy, Welling United.
40. Gavin, you require 105.
Surely 5 for tops. Loves it on
That's game
tops.
short in the second leg. Gavin Carlin.
Well, we've just had back-to-back 4-0s, and Gavin Carlin is 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
There's a breaker throw, and worryingly, Colin Osborne averaging 72.
Uncharacteristically Colin.
95.
Especially when you consider he averaged 95 and 93 in his first 2 games.
96. 100. 96.
Wonder whether the Free Lines track will be played at all in this room over the next few weeks. And that, especially in that practice room. I haven't had a look at who's playing next week, but a couple of weeks Friday. There's
96.
England v Wales on the Friday night, I think it is, or something like that. Oh, that'd be an interesting practice room.
Sure will.
59.
One could knock the other out of the tournament.
$96.
Going down to a finish this time. He's not had a dart at a double.
180.
Gavin Carlin is putting that
Colin, you
114 right under it
114.
with a max.
Just when he thought he may have had a little bit of time. Time he hasn't got.
74.
The tops doesn't
Gavin, you
go.
require 70.
Treble 10 here leaves tops for Carlin. Well, he
Yeah,
loves
that's
tops.
game
Well,
short in the third leg.
he doesn't mind.
Gavin Carlin.
Double 8. 14 darter, the double break of throw, and the 4-0
Forward leg is
thrice
Gavin to throw
is on
first.
the cards.
Game on.
And 3 from 3 on the doubles as well, Gavin Carlin. This is much, much better today from him.
46.
Carry on with these flurry of 4-0s. We might be back in time for bargain hunt.
137.
Is that the the one with that extremely orange fella?
180.
That's David Dickinson, isn't it?
Yeah. Is that Bargain Hunt?
I think he's on ITV.
Oh.
100. 140.
Well, David Dickinson presents the real deal, but Colin Osborne is looking to seal the deal in this game, but it looks as if the opportunity is going to pass him by.
Gavin Carlin's the real deal here.
125.
97, 3 out of 3 on the doubles, 2 180s, 2 140s, treble 20 and ball. That's a decision to make.
63. Colin, you require 139. $99. Gavin, you require 72.
He's himself on tops after 12, but he may not get a go. Because it is Gavin Carlin's favourite
52.
double top. But
Colin,
for once,
40.
it doesn't come up trumps.
And it's for the win.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg.
It's
Colin
a
Osborne.
bizarre scenario, isn't it? As you mentioned, bottom versus top, and he's had a dart to beat in full zip.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
How many times does that happen, though? The player at the bottom of the group ends up beating the player at the top of it. Happens more often than you think.
Well, the pressure is
85.
off Gavin Carlin, isn't it?
Well, you can just free roll, really, in this one, can't he?
45. 41. 54. 1.
And Colin here may well be on the comeback trail.
180.
And Maximum gives him a huge cushion in this leg with the darts.
123.
Not a million miles away from a perfect answer.
$65. 40. 'Colin, you require 130.
Well, this is a 3-2, and suddenly this game may change. Because both of these players, average-wise, have now began to meet in the middle.
83.
Which is actually a famous song by Zed, according to the pub quiz yesterday.
55. Colin, you require 47.
Tots
Yeah, that's
Osborne
game
for
short in the
3-2.
fifth
And we
one.
have seen a player
Colin
come back
Osborne.
from 3-0 to win 4-3. Jelle Klaasen did it on Tuesday against Dan Reed. And we'll actually see
Six
them two
targets, Gavin to
in
throw
action in our
first.
next match. But
Game
Gavin
on.
Carlin here with the opportunity to seal a 4-2 win in this one. That's a good enough start.
140.
Here's one for you of all, you know, the Rocky films. It's one for your quizzing.
Oh.
30.
Which one of the cast in the Rocky films was actually a real boxer?
100.
Films is my worst subject. So I'm going to have to straight away pass.
Well, you aware? You know, do Do you know the film?
I know of
Can
the
you remember
films.
Uncle Paulie,
100.
who was effectively like his spit bucket man? And he was actually a former heavyweight boxer himself. Under Mike
96.
Tyson's first trainer in Customato, he went 17-0. Who also trained the great Floyd Patterson as well.
I'm going to scribble that down for the next quiz. Not that it'll matter because it'd be about 10 music rounds,
58.
but
He boxed under the name of Burt Young, I do believe.
46.
well, can Gavin?
Gerald Tommaso DeLuise was his full name. Not really a name for an actor, that though, is it? So
85. Gavin, you require
Talking about boxing, can
119.
Gavin Carlin land the knockout blow here?
Treble 20. Ooh.
$49.
Don't think I'd ever be that lucky to get a question on that at a quiz. Be the only one I could probably answer anyway.
Might set up a couple of questions in our next game.
140.
Carlin setting up
Gavin, you
70 for the
require
match.
70.
Well, treble 18 last time, 16 and ball.
$45. Colin, you
Thickness
require
of the
88.
wire away. He's going to get a go at the ball.
63.
And he also scares
Gavin,
on the
you require
25. And so
25.
Carlin for the match. Double 8. Now fours.
17.
But Osborne returns, and from 3-0 down, he could take us
Colin,
all
you
the way.
require 25.
But Carlin did have the chance to win it 4-0. He couldn't take advantage of it. He spurred more chances here.
That's only just in the 9.
21. Gavin, you require 8.
And so Carlin comes back.
Game.
To
Shot,
complete the
end of
win
match.
by
Gavin
4
Carlin.
legs to 2. And so Colin Osborne is going to have to wait for his combination as Gavin Carlin completes a 4-2 win with an 82.41 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, a high checkout of 105 for him. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it is Dan Reed up against Jelle Klaasen.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And tickets for finals night are completely free. Just visit dartshop.tv to book them, and you can be here to be part of the atmosphere on finals night. But back here in Group A, Gav Carlin has just caused a bit of an upset, hasn't he? Bottom of the table, beating the man currently at the top, Colin Osborne, and denying him the opportunity to secure his place at finals night in that particular match. Prior to that one, we just didn't see Colin Osborne faltering as he motored through his first two matches of today's session really convincingly, but his level, just as it did at a similar juncture of yesterday's play, dipping quite a bit in that one. And Gav Carlin, who was 3 out of 3 on the doubles early on, had Osborne on the ropes until he missed that one dart at double to take the match 4-0. From there, Osborne worked his way back into it, but he did miss darts at double to force a decider, and Carlin got his second successive win in Group A. That 105 checkout in there as well, and he was 4 out of 9 on the outer ring in that match. We can take a little look at the table then, but as I said, that victory for Gav Carlin does deny Colin Osborne the chance to wrap up this group in that one, so you'll have to wait until a little bit later on in the day to do just that. Next up, we've got Jelle Klaasen against Dan Reed. Jelle Klaasen looking very, very good indeed in second spot, and it's looking very likely that he will secure his spot in Group B. Of course, Jelle has won both of these meetings so far this week with Dan Reed. And we mentioned that he's had 8 three-figure outshots over the course of the week so far. 2 of them have come in his matches against Dan Reed, a 1-2-4 on Monday, and then the 1-5-2, superbly taken out during yesterday's final match of the day, of course. And it was clinical, it was convincing from Klaasen in his last match today, wasn't it, in that 4-0 victory. Will he be able to produce more of the same in this one, I wonder? Let's hand back over to Chris and Henry to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, as you mentioned, Klaasen has done the double over Dan Reed. For me, this is the best that Jelle's looked all week.
Absolutely. First game, 97 average. Had that 80 against Nathan Girvan in game 2, but then responded with an average of 92.5. But it's Dan Reed's actually got the highest average of the day, a 98.5 in that 4-0 win against Girvan, and then averaged 87.39 against Arron Monk. So what can he produce here?
Well, Colin Osborne will be hoping for
First lag is down the
a
throw
Dan
first.
Reed win, of course.
Game on.
They go 4-5. Dan Reed, 11-10. Jelle Klaasen.
99.
It is a no-bet game.
Leave the pennies in the pocket.
39.
Now, I did promise you, Chris, we always like to have a little bit of fun midway through the session. So we're gonna call it the Super Series quiz.
140.
Oh, no.
And you can get involved at home. It's at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
95.
Yeah, use the hashtag Super Series.
Question today is this. Which famous Ferrari sports
90.
car is named after a coastal city in the USA? Now, Chris, we'll give you a bit of time
84.
to operate on it. And now, I've got to do something that I never do in commentary and break the 4th wall and tell everybody who is listening to this in the production not to give Chris any hints.
100.
Well, it's a California, isn't it?
81. Dan, you require 72. 40.
Give you a clue
56.
at the start of the
Dan, you
next leg
require
because Dan Reed
32.
here Wants double 16 to get the first leg done in 16.
That's game
and that
short
is
in the first
exactly what he
leg.
does.
Dan Reed.
Nice, efficient start there for Dan the Man as he gets us underway in a 1-0 lead.
Do that question again.
Second leg, it's Jelle to throw
Question
first.
is this.
Game on.
Which famous Ferrari sports car is named after a
140.
coastal city in the USA? I'll give you a
58.
clue. There is a famous race in America named after
59.
this city as well.
100.
I've got it, and it used to come in a wonderful yellow colour.
126.
And it's a Daytona.
Indeed, you are correct.
140.
How did you get that?
Don't rattle me. No one likes the grass,
54.
especially me.
134. Yellow, you require 122. 97. Dan, you require is
I do
69.
like Ferraris, and of course there is a Testarossa, but that's something to do with
that's
red,
game
isn't
short
it?
in the second leg. Dan Reed.
Well, Dan Reed going about his business like a Ferrari here. 14 darter in leg 2.
Third leg
and
is
a
Dan to
breaker
throw first. Game on. $85.
Speeding through like a Ferrari, but he will not want to have a Ferrari-like crash in the middle of a match.
60.
By the way, there is a California Ferrari, or the Ferrari California, which is more of a Grand Tour, I
140.
suppose, than a sports car.
Would you say is your favourite motor? I know you're big
56.
petrol head.
Ooh. Probably would be a Ferrari.
140.
Did you still love the old Magnum Ferrari? I think that was a 308 GTB.
99. Dan, you require 136.
Of course, the Daytona was a late 60s, early 70s car. It was an absolute thing
100.
of beauty, and their value is staggering.
59.
Like
Dan, you
in the
require
millions.
36.
But Dan Reed is feeling $1 million
that's
at the
game
minute.
short in
He
the third
races
leg.
into a 3-0
Dan
lead,
Reed.
averaging 104. That's a 13 darter. This has been absolutely excellent
Fourth
so
leg
far.
is Yellow to throw first.
3 out of 3 on the
Game
doubles. There is not much not to like about this performance. And
140.
Jelle Klaasen has just been left behind.
Probably be an F40 as well. Just the one.
100.
And Reed may be seeing the checkered flag in front of him very shortly in this match.
100.
He is still in the race to get onto the podium in this group, and if he does, he'll claim a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
140.
By the way, the car collection is now down to 5, so I'm not too much of a petrol head anymore.
56. 55.
Have you been to Bewley yet? That's not too far
I
from
have,
here.
many times.
45.
Wonderful place, the car museum.
96. Yellow, you require 160.
Not going to go, so Dan Reed is going to be
60.
back.
Dan, you require
at
110.
for another 4-0 win. Double 18.
Game, shot, and a match. Dan Reed.
And 4 out of 4 on the doubles as well. An average of 103.66. That was a destruction from Dan Reed to get the better of Jelle Klaasen by 4 legs to 0. Klaasen didn't really get a look in that match. Such was the brilliance of Dan Reed in that one. We're 2/3 of the way through the action here at the Super Series. We're going to take a short break. When we return, is Gavin Carlin in action up against Nathan Girvan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen another dominant display from Dan Reed in that last match. Henry, that was absolutely sublime from him, wasn't it? Especially when you take into account how well Jelle Klaasen has played today as well. Didn't give him a sniff in that match.
That was an absolute demolition. Ruthless is probably the right word to say about it. Every single metric there. 4 out of 4 on the doubles, 103.66 average. He played like an absolute dream in that game, and we said at the start of yesterday we didn't expect what happened on Monday for Dan Reed to be the case in point this week, and he's showing us that he could be an imminent danger as this campaign goes on.
Yeah, and it is further proof that day one can be irrelevant as long as you turn things around on day two. Of course, his scoring superb on the opening day. It was his finishing that was letting him down. But we can take a look at the league table. Would you say at this moment in time he is favourite, given the performances he's put in, he is favourite to get a Group B spot?
If he plays like that, then yeah, I think you'd have to say that. I think Jelle's now pretty much, well, he's pretty much comfortable, I think, in that second spot. You look at 1 and 2, that probably saying so. I think the race now is for a third spot, and it's most definitely a freeway race to see who gets there.
Yeah, Dan Reed looking very good for that third spot at the moment. But the man who could cause a bit of a stir up there as well is Nathan Girvan. Of course, he's up next against Gavin Carlin. But Gav, we know that he's going to be competing in Group C for the remainder of the week. But he could be a bit of a spoiler for others, couldn't he? He's shown that with the last 2 victories he's had, playing some of his best starts and playing with a bit of freedom now.
playing with a bit of freedom, playing with a bit of expression, just playing with a little bit of confidence as well. And the way you played in that game against Colin Osborne was absolutely excellent. And even the 84 average he had, that was only because of one leg, where there was a few doubles here and there. So yeah, today really, really good stuff from Gavin. This is more like the Carlin we saw get to champions where you can do well there.
And just a word on Nathan as well. We've mentioned his maturity so many times so far this week. This is where that really comes into play, isn't it? Because he is still chasing down that third spot, but Dan Reid has gone out first in that penultimate match, so he knows exactly what he's got to do. This is where he needs to show that maturity again.
And it's an interesting conundrum. Do you want to be the one who knows exactly what you got to do, or do you want to be the one that applies the pressure on everybody else? Because he knows exactly what Dan Reid is providing today, and that is blockbuster stuff. And sometimes to respond to that and look at your nearest rival in that practice room, go and do what he's doing, that can be an interesting thing to watch.
My answer to that is I want to be Colin Osborne and out of the race altogether. But let's get into this one then. It's Gav Carlin up against Nathan Girvan. Chris, back over to you.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, a fascinating little matchup. One win apiece this week, 4-1 to Gavin on Monday, 4-2 to Nathan yesterday. And a bit of a mixed bag for Nathan today. Lost his opener, 4-1 with an 84.25 to Osborne. Then beat Klaasen 4-2 with a 94.19. Then went down 4-0 to Dan Reid with a 89.75. So really needs to steady the ship in this one.
First leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on.
We'll bunch up. 3 players on all of the same points in third position. They'll only be separated by leg
45.
difference.
92.
Yeah, just having a look at the league table at this point in time. So Colin Osborne leads the way on 20 points, and you've got Jelle Klaasen on 16, and it's Reid 14, Monk 12, Girvan 12. So it's advantage Reid. He's the one who's put the statement out for the other 2 to follow.
What's the leg difference situation?
83.
So Dan Reid +2 on 14. Arron Monk 12 points -3. Nathan Girvan 12 points -7.
180.
Well, methinks will be Nathan
11.
will find himself back for Group C tomorrow morning alongside this man.
118.
He only has the 1 game to go after this one, so gonna have to win them 4-0 and 4-1.
44. Gavin, you require 62.
It's about this. It's Monk against Osborne. And if it does go all the way to the wire, Girvan and Monk is game 15.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
16 for Carlin to hold in 15 in the first leg of this particular encounter. Just looks so much more settled today, does Carlin.
Second leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Maybe he's had a Carlin.
121. 80.
Just by moves and calls, isn't they?
100.
Carlin?
Don't know, mate. Don't drink it.
$25.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Exxon Valdez, isn't it? A little bit gassy.
Don't mind a Peroni now and again.
Have you tried Madry yet?
No.
120.
Peroni's a nice bottled one, isn't it?
85. Nathan, you require 160. 64.
Girvan leaving himself on 96 after 12, and it feels like another one of those games where play is being dictated to by the player throwing first and the
96.
guy throwing second has not really had much of a look in. Now, it's kind of the spell of things at the start of the day before we had that spate of 4-0s. Well, this one isn't going to finish 4-0. Girvan levels us up at 1 apiece.
Third lag,
both
it's
the
Gavin to
opening
throw
legs
first. Game on.
won by the player with the throw, and both won in 15.
95. 60. 41.
So you've now got the yellow flights for Gav. I wonder if we're going to go through the
92.
rainbow of flight colours. And red and yellow and pink
96.
and green.
Have you got your laces in, pal?
55.
Zippy and Bungle, wasn't it? In that?
I don't know, I've seen the alternative versions, which are a
99.
little funnier.
There was a Peppa Pig one I've seen on YouTube, which I'll have to tell you about off air.
58. Gavin, you require 170.
The big fish for Carlin.
134. 100. Gavin, you require 36.
It's not going to be 1 in 15 on this occasion, but 16 will
that's been
suffice
short in the
because it
third
gives
line.
Carlin a
Gavin
2-1
Carlin.
advantage.
Another very good leg of darts, a 16-dart hold.
Forward lag, it's Nathan to throw first.
Both
Game on.
legs. Nathan has just been cut adrift.
180.
So far today, Gavin's looked really comfortable at around that
100.
6-visit region, hasn't he, in legs?
Well, that's pretty much where he is in terms of his
60.
running average, isn't he?
$125. 91. 60. Nathan, you require 170. 60. 60. Nathan, you require 110.
Against Colin Osborne. All the games that are left have
70.
something on them for
Gavin, you require
differing
156.
reasons. Certainly league position.
It's unlucky other side of the wire. So Girvan to apply to Carlin 16 with a potential 16 of his own. It's been a really good standard in this game.
94. Nathan, you require 40. 30.
It doesn't go, and so
Gavin, you
Carlin
require 62.
turns to 62 for a breaker throw and a 3-1 lead. One dart at his favourite tots, but it's the other side of the
24.
wire.
Nathan, you require
Oh,
10.
Nathan's dodged one here if you can find a double 5. It's not a bad guide.
5. Gavin, you require 38.
Going straight for this double 19.
22. Nathan, you require 5.
This has just got a little bit scrappy, this leg. Double 2 for Nathan.
Yeah, that's game short in the forward leg.
The
Nathan.
2-2, Desmond.
They're the kind of legs that ruin averages.
Fifth leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on. 58. 100. 100. 56. 134.
Only had 140 in the match. We're in leg 5.
55.
A lot of 55s and 60s and 85s and things like that.
100.
It started off, it was a 15-dart hold, and Nathan responded with a 15. Then it was a 16, and then Nathan left tops after 15.
Gavin, you require 109.
Took a while to eventually get rid of the leg.
Yeah, that's game short in the
service
fifth leg.
He's
Gavin
resumed
Carlin.
on tops. And in the 5-visit range, that was a 15-dart
6
hold.
leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
And Nathan is right under it himself.
140.
Time 40 start.
A rare Some 40, one apiece in that column,
58.
180 apiece. And scores of between a ton and 139, 8-6 in favour of Gavin Carlin.
140.
Floodgates have opened, like buses. $180.
And the barrage of scoring continue.
98.
Marco giving that the full beans. It's got to come down. Drop a 19.
99. Nathan, you require 123.
The bullseye.
98. Gavin, you require 164.
Well, this is for the match. Not going to go, so Girvan's going to return for the 25 to take us all the way
57.
to a
Nathan,
deciding
you require
leg.
25.
Double 8.
Yeah, that's game short in the
It's
sixth
great
leg.
for Girvan.
Nathan Girvan.
And we go all the way, and it is Gavin who has the darts.
Best leg of the match so far.
7-10
14
final
dart.
leg. It's Gavin to
Hold.
throw first. Game on.
Had 3 holds apiece. Will that trend continue? If it does, this man will take the spoils.
42. $100. 115. 56. 97. 140. 99.
Carlin first to the finish, but he still sets his advantage. Girvan in this leg.
140.
Very much
Gavin,
so
you require
now.
148.
As Carlin can find something inspired to win the match. 139 to win a game today. The 148 will not also be a match winner.
96.
And so
Nathan, you
65 here
require
for
65.
Nathan Girvan to seal a 4-3 win.
Going to be tops.
45. Gavin, you require 52.
Girvan's had his first dart for the match. Carlin now 52 to win it. His favoured tops.
Game, shots, and a match.
Here's the
Gavin
double
Carlin.
that seals the win for Gavin Carlin. And his wonderful Wednesday here at the Super Series continues by getting the better of Nathan Girvan in a deciding leg with an average of 89.25, 2 maximums to his name, 4 out of 8 on the checkouts. That high out there of 109, sealing the win in the deciding leg. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's two good friends going toe-to-toe on the hockey. It's Arron Monk up against Colin Osborne.
Well, we mentioned that Gav Carlin could be a bit of a spoiler in Group A, didn't we? He's playing with a lot more freedom now that he knows that he is going to be competing in Group C on Thursday and Friday, and he's just completed another superb victory in a last leg decider to deny Nathan Girvan 2 points to strengthen his chances of going into Group B. It was a superb match from Gav Carlin in that one, averaging just shy of 90 in that match, and having already defeated Osborne and Monk today, he then added Nathan Girvan to that list in a match that got a little scrappy at times, didn't it, Gav Carlin? Not for the first time today, another three-figure outshot from him to put himself in a strong position in that match. Girvan scored well to force a decider, but on his favourite double tops, Carlin remained clinical in order to get over the line in that one. 50% checkout success in that match from Gav Carlin, and that's really what let him down yesterday, wasn't it? His finishing at the back end of legs, something that certainly improved today, and he'll be confident going into the remainder of this week, because he will still have a chance, of course, of qualifying for finals night. But a man who could wrap up and seal his spot at finals night in this next match is Colin Osborne. He takes on Arron Monk in this one. We can take a little look at the league table, and we can see it is Colin Osborne. If he gets the 2 points in this one, his place at finals night is secure. He has been the dominant and probably the most consistent player, hasn't he, over the course of the week so far. But he was defeated for just the third time this week in his last match. He takes on Arron Monk, who's still looking for his first victory of the day in this one. Some below-par performances from him so far over the course of the day. And it is Colin Osborne who's won both of these fixtures so far this week. Both meetings, he has looked the better player in these. Arron Monk cutting quite a frustrated figure up there at times. He's won these two 4-3 and 4-1. Osborne so far today. Monk, as you can see there, missing darts at double to take the fixture on day one before a more convincing display from Colin Osborne on the following day. Of course, as I mentioned, if Colin Osborne is to get the better of Arron Monk by any scoreline in this one, it will, of course, qualify him for Saturday night's action and mean that he will not need to return to play on Thursday and Friday. Monk, much like yesterday, it took until his 4th match yesterday to record his first victory of the day. That's exactly what he needs to do here to keep the pressure on a spot for Group B. So who's going to come out with the points? Let's hand back over to the lads to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Well, we've just had a look at the prices. They go 5-4. Arron Monk, 4-7. Colin Osborne, and it's hard to disagree with that one.
Yeah, I think the bookies have priced that one up perfectly there. Colin Osborne's first 2 games were really, really good. Averaged 95.58 in that 4-1 success against Nathan. Then he went on to average 93.23 to get the better of Dan Reed. But then in his last game, an 83.45 and a 4-2 defeat to Gavin Carlin. We'll see in action up next against Dan Reed, but the full focus here on the battle between these two.
First leg, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Now I'm just looking to find something here.
$78. $100.
Well, I suppose as we are approaching Christmas, why not have your Christmas works party down here on a Saturday night? There's an idea for you.
140.
Or just head down for a enjoyable, intimate night's action here every Saturday. Head over to
100.
dartshop.tv for free tickets. Plenty of those up close and personal.
And it is very much up close and personal feel. You actually sit in the
58
in the stalls and on the benches. You can physically see the dart. You actually see the darts go where sometimes you're in the big arenas. You're so far back.
You end up watching it on the screens, don't you?
83.
Arron will be back at double 10. Been some legs. 78, 140, 180. Just missing the tops there off of 103.
140. Arron, you require 20.
To get it done in 13.
No score. Colin, you require 103.
Has been finishing the legs off. That's been the trouble for Arron today. So Osborne back for the 103. This will be for a break in the opener. Double 16.
87. Arron, you require
and
20.
both players missing a 103 check out in this leg.
Yeah, that's
It is Osborne who takes, Monk who takes out the double 10 to lead Osborne by a leg to nil. 16 dart holder throw.
Yeah,
even with all that messing around on the doubles.
$100.
Similar tempo, these two.
Yeah, the pace will suit each other's
59
games, although the meeting yesterday was a bit scrappy.
$45.
You get a sense the next meeting between these two, well, if it's going to happen this week, it's going to have to be on Saturday night.
Yep, finals night.
46.
Week 4 of Series 2.
$55.
Monday's meeting was just
40.
edged out by Colin Osborne, 4-3. Both players averaging 83 and 84 for Arron, or nearly 85.
$140.
Yesterday, a much more convincing win, but was a poor game. Well, it certainly was for Arron. He averaged 70. 1 from
60.
6 on the doubles.
Colin, you require 161.
Won full 1, averaging 81, and was 4 out of 6 on the doubles. It shows you how much of a poor scoring game that one was. Because the average being that low was not down to missed darts at doubles, which we see so often.
$137.
Well, it was worth the wait. Don't quite know what happened there, but nonetheless, Colin Osborne may have left himself to his desired destination of double 12.
My head in my laptop looking at numbers. Oh, maybe the fly. Maybe the fly landed on the board and he nearly hit it.
No score.
Well, there may have been a fly on the board, but you won't want to be a fly on the wall in Colin Osborne's head right now. Especially now. Oh, especially now.
180. Colin, you require 24.
Well, this
12.
is bizarre.
Arron, you require 35.
I suppose he'd be lucky it's a fly, because if it was a wasp, he would have been stung. Well, he may get stung by Monk in this particular leg. That leaves double 13.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg.
Well, it wasn't exactly
Arron
a finish that will make him feel like the bee's knees, but he swoops to
Third
take it and
leg,
lead
it's Arron
2-0.
through first. Game on.
You take it, all right. Break a throw. And a 2-0 lead.
137.
Colin's got it only himself to blame there. Was that 7 darts at a double?
100. 100.
This is the final match of the fourth
60.
cycle of games. So when we return, all the players with one more to play. We'll be starting with Gavin Carlin against Dan Reed, and Colin against Jelle, and then Nathan against Arron, as Arron pops in a third 180.
It was that 180 at the back end of the last leg that just started the madness, wasn't it? On the back of Osborne having to step back because of the fly. This is for 12.
72.
He is going to return. But under what kind of pressure?
130.
A fair bit, that's the answer.
12.
Certainly enough. This is dodgy down here.
6. Colin, you require 71.
So 71. Bring it back to 2-1. Bring it back on throw.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Colin Osborne
Sneaks in the bottom corner of the double 8. 15 darter there for Colin Osborne. Back to 2-1 it is.
Forward leg, it's Colin the throw first. Game on. $123.
Well, Arron cannot look.
absolutely disgusted with himself that he knows he should be 3-0 up, and then it's just all about getting the job done, and through missing doubles he's now got himself involved, and we know how good Colin is in this type of situation. We've watched him
61.
do it for the last 3 days.
He senses any kind of emotion that comes from his opponent.
Well, he swoops on it, doesn't he?
131.
And he comes from that school of player that back in the day, you read every single emotion in the book, and if you saw 1 ounce of weakness, it was pounced upon. Especially back in
96.
the dominant era with Taylor, which he was very much a part of.
Another 3 years, he'll be, well, 2 and a bit
55.
years, he will be eligible, of course, to play in the seniors, will Colin? Another great addition that would be.
100.
It's only going to get better and better when you look at the names that could soon be eligible.
Guys like Simon Whitlock, Steve Beaton, Gary Anderson, Peter Wright.
95.
Are you looking forward to that, Mace?
All I'll be well finished by then, mate. I'm not hanging around. Don't worry about that.
Is that when you're going to come back
84.
and join us?
Colin, you require
Oh, I won't,
97.
I have no plans to leave this. Just going to go and nick the money off them and then come back and earn some more. Thanks.
Yeah, that's game short.
All about the coin.
Colin Osborne.
All about the Benjamins, pal.
5th lag, it's Arron to throw first. Game on.
Was it Bruno Mars said, I'm a dangerous man with some money in my pocket?
One of my favourite tunes, that.
96. 95.
Merv King, another one. For the future when you know, eventually
140.
finds to sort of temporarily hang them up.
Colin Lloyd isn't too far away from 50, is he?
I think
95.
Wayne Mardle's 50 next year.
Looking very well, Colin, I have to say as well.
Barney, there's another one. Glenn Doran, another one.
99.
Scott Mitchell, potentially.
Oh, long way off. Jeez.
$95.
And of course, you can join us
81.
for the Seniors World Championship. That's at the Circus Tavern. It's dartshot.tv for your tickets for 4 spectacular days of live darts from the tavern. You can also
100. And
watch
you
that
require
event
85.
on the BBC and BT Sport. And of course, the Champion of Champions is going to be on Channel 5.
Yes.
28.
one in
Colin, you require 116.
Pool, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Then we're heading down to your part of the world in Yeovil.
Yeah, for the Masters.
42. And you require 57.
Very much looking forward to that one.
Yeah, that's game short in the
I could
5th
actually
lag.
sleep
Arron
in
Monk.
my own bed. I probably won't. I'll still probably book a hotel.
You're in bed just down the road here nowadays, isn't it?
6th lag,
Pretty
it's
much.
Colin to throw first. Game on.
All right. So Arron goes back in front.
57.
We're about to see another dogged display from the Wizard.
81. 125.
I suppose the question was, after the whole Flygate, what the Wizard would have had up his sleeve, but he's managed to weave some magic since. 15, 14. Can he work his magic here?
123.
I think he'd have to have a longer sleeve for that, wouldn't he?
85.
And Arron just getting a little irritated.
$60.
He couldn't pull a rabbit out of the hat on this occasion.
He was rampant earlier on, wasn't he? Averaged 95.58.
136. Colin, you require 136.
93.23. Just gone a little limp since then.
$60. Arron, you require
Arron
59.
To wrap it up, 4-2.
Tops.
Game. Shot.
Does it for Monk, and he seals a 4-2 win over Colin Osborne with a 14 dart leg. An average of 90.64. 3 maximums in that match. 4 out of 12 on the doubles for Colin Osborne. 89 average, 2 out of 10 on the doubles. After the break, we are going to see Gavin Carlin in action. He takes on Dan Reed.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Confirmation then that despite defeat in that last match, Colin Osborne is through to finals night. Of course, Jelle Klaasen can't catch him in second place. It looks like he's going to have to settle for a place in Group B. There we have it. Confirmation, Colin Osborne with a far superior leg difference as well in their finishes on 20 points, and Jelle Klaasen with another match to go is unable to catch him. Colin Osborne, of course, will be back a little bit later to see if he can add another 2 points, but he does finish top of Group A, and it means, of course, we will be seeing him on finals night. He was defeated, of course, in that last match by Arron Monk. It was a first victory of the day for Monk in that one, and a crucial 2 points for him if he is to qualify for Group B for the remainder of the week. You have to say as well, his finishing at times in that match, like it has all day today, letting him down somewhat. He cut a frustrated figure. He couldn't watch some of Colin Osborne's attempts at double in that match, but he was able to pull himself together to get over the line in that one in the end. Next up then, we've got Gavin Carlin up against Dan Reed, and if Dan Reed wins, of course, that does mean that he is one step closer to a place in Group B alongside Jelle Klaasen. Gavin Carlin looking for a 4th straight win of the day in Group A. He's been incredibly impressive at times today, hasn't he? Like we said, he had put good performances in previously in the week, but just that double in at the back end of legs letting him down. So he has a chance in this match to end the group on 10 points. He'll take confidence from his form and the way that he's played today into Group C for the remainder of the week. His scoring, his finishing have all come together really nicely for him today, and he could, as I said, end the day with a 4th straight victory in Group A. Let's see then who comes out on top in this one and rejoin the guys in the commentary box.
Thank you, Abby. Apologies for that one. I didn't press the button. Yeah, this is the first of the final 3 matches, and Group A will be completed. What's the table looking like, Henry?
Well, as we approach the final round of fixtures, I tell you, it's as follows. Colin Osborne leads the way 20 points plus 15. Klaasen 16 minus 1. Reed in third. That's the crucial thing that we're playing for now. 14 plus
First
2.
leg, it's Gavin
Monk,
through first.
14 minus 1. Girvan 12 minus 8. So we are playing now effectively for that 3rd place in the table. Now, you might be wondering, why are we playing for 3rd place in the table? Well, I can tell you why. Because it gives you a place in Group B, and it gives you a 3 from 5 chance of progressing your way through to finals night on
I think that's
Saturday.
60%, mate, isn't it?
60%. 2 plus 2 is 2 plus 2 is 4. Minus 1, that's 3. Quick maths.
Correct.
Then in Group C, it's 2 from 6, which is a 40% chance. That education.
100.
I just call it every chance.
Should I say 33%?
60.
Yeah. Apologies again to your parents wasting all that university education. Got anything about it, you'd be paying them back. Must find a way of buying them a drink at Christmas. Hopefully try and make them feel a little bit better.
58. Dan, you require 170.
So you think working with me is hard enough? Imagine living with me.
46. 58. Dan, you require 124.
1, 2, 4 for Reed for break of throw in the opening leg. Still on. The bullseye.
99.
Just
Gavin,
wide into the
136.
25.
Had a day of decent finishes, hasn't he?
88. Dan, you require 25. Yeah, that's game short in the first
And
leg.
does the
Dan
business.
Reed.
Gets a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Dan the throw first. Game on.
You've played in this competition, Chris. What is that little bit of a
100.
pause like between the legs, especially when you've lost a leg that you know that you should have won?
Yeah, well, the pools is there obviously
93.
for just for all the numbers to get put out there, and it's just a little pools moment, really. Once you get used to it, you get used to it. Initially,
60.
it's my throw, and if you've just been, if you've just lost a leg that you should have won, you want to sort of get on with the next one. But once you've got your mind
99.
into it, it becomes just normal.
$59.
I lost lots of legs I should have won, so I sort of soon got used to that.
79. 100. 45. 134.
Dan is beginning to pick up where he left off in the last game, leaving 48 after 15 for a 2-0 lead.
He has been superb today. Dan Reed. Dan has most definitely been the man.
165. Dan, you require 48.
He's only lost one game today. That's against Colin Osborne.
32. Gavin, you require 20.
He's missed 3 there,
that's
and
game short
Carlin
in the
is going to
second leg.
punish.
Gavin Carlin.
And that's the break back. We return to throw at 1-1.
A bit of a steal, that, wasn't it?
Third leg, it's Gavin to throw first. Game on. $140.
And of course, in a couple of matches' time, know our lineup for tomorrow morning and tomorrow night.
180.
Osborne is the winner of
135.
Yeah. Even despite the defeat to Arron
36.
Monk, cannot be caught. 4 points clear with 2 left to play for each.
We'll be enjoying a
125.
couple of days rest and prep for Saturday night's final, and hopefully secure his place in week 13, which
100.
we'll see
Gavin, you require
all
101.
the 12 winners return and play for £20,000.
77.
Is the first prize. 5,000 for the winner this Saturday night.
Celebratory Palmo, do you think, for Cole?
100. Gavin, you require
Probably will.
24. Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
Double
Gavin
12
Carlin.
sees Carlin edge in front. That's a 15. Averaging around 89, which has kind of been his
Forward
level for the
leg,
day,
it's Dan
really,
to
hasn't
throw
it?
First, game on.
Yeah, he's been fairly consistent across the course of the day. It has to be said.
140.
He upped his game yesterday from his performance on Monday, and he's taken it to another level today.
96.
All bodes well for Thursday and Friday in Group C.
At the start of the day, he knew they were the ones that mattered. Today was
140.
effectively a practice day in terms of getting matches up on the stage.
41. 85.
So Reed leaves himself on 136 after 9 to level us back up at 2-2. And he's going to have the luxury of time
21.
here.
Then you require 136.
Another. Double 8.
120.
What would have been a blockbuster finish in a 12.
He's just 1 from 5 on the doubles.
64. Then you require 16.
That's 20%, by the way. And, the same as 2 from 10.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Dan Reed.
He's actually 25% on the doubles now because he's 2 from 8.
Fifth leg, it's Gavin to throw first.
You know, we do have the luxury of a brilliant stat screen here, which helps us with all the averages and
100.
helps us tell the story of the game. Talking about the story of the game, we haven't done much average checking. Let's have a look at it now. 92 for
60.
Dan Reed, and if we split up the scoring power pack, that is why the averages are in his favour.
140.
It felt like this one had the potential
55.
to go all the way, didn't it? Not quite there yet, but it's not a million miles away.
140.
And these two kind of go at a pace that
100.
suits each other.
Gavin,
They
you
go
require
at a
121.
medium style.
$85.
So double 18 after 12 for 3-2 lead here for Carlin. Reminder after this is Colin Osborne against Jelle Klaasen, and we end the day
100.
with Nathan
Gavin, you
Girvan up
require
against
36.
Arron Monk. Well, that's a bit of a flyer. So 35. Talking about flies, there he is again.
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth leg. Gavin Carlin.
He steps back, recomposes, and the cannon fires his way into a 3-2 lead.
Sixth leg, it's down
It's
the
all
throw
down
first.
to Dan Reed
Game
now
on.
to try and force the issue and force us to a last leg decider.
140. 100. 100. 60. 91. 140. Down you require 170.
He's got 6 starts from here to take us all the way to a decider. Averaging 92 at the minute.
Oh, no.
11.
It's gone from a finish to a no finish.
60.
'We'll call that the Augusta. 40 is on par for the course and ends up with a
139. Gavin,
bogey.
you require 141.
Sorted things out, though. Unless... Oh, hello. Oh, not this time.
$121. Then you require 20. No score. Gavin, you require 20.
Side of the wire, and so Carling returns to double 10 to take the 2 points.
Game,
To
shot,
take another 2 points.
Gavin Carlin.
And Wednesday has been a good one for Gavin Carlin as he seals a 4-2 win over Dan Reed with an 87.36 average. Dan Reed averaging 88, but it was 2 from 11 on the doubles, 18.18% for him. 4 out of 8 for Gavin Carlin. That equates to 50%. A 4-2 win for him. So it's going to be the final game of the group for Colin Osborne. He's the coronated champion of Group A. He'll return for finals night on Saturday, but not before he takes on Jelle Klaasen.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Gav Carlin has just rounded off his Group A campaign with a 4th win from 5 on the final day of action. A superb 4-2 win for him in that one. Really impressively going about his business today, like he has done all day. Finishing was superb in that one again. 50% checkout success in that match, and he'll certainly fancy his chances going into Group C if he can maintain that level when that gets underway tomorrow morning. But we can take a little look at the league table. This does mean Nathan Girvan, because of the leg difference, is now out of the running and will be in Group C for the remainder of the week, regardless of what he does in that final game of the group. But next up, we've got Colin Osborne, who we know is already the champion. He's already qualified for finals night. He takes on Jelle Klaasen in this penultimate match of Group A. They are, of course, one apiece in the head-to-head for this week, both going to last leg deciders. And it was Jelle Klaasen, as you can see, getting the victory on day 1, but Colin Osborne getting his own back on him on day 2 and getting that victory. Jelle Klaasen today, 2 up, 2 down from him, really, hasn't it? 2 very controlled, very commanding performances from Klaasen, but sandwiched in between them have been 2 pretty average displays for him. Colin Osborne, as we've mentioned, he already knows that he's qualified for finals night. Can he cap his campaign off with another victory? Let's find out and hand back over to the commentary team.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, penultimate game of the session. Jelle Klaasen taking on table-topping Colin Osborne, and he will want to finish on a bit of a high here, just to leave him with some fond memories going into Saturday night's final.
We mention a lot of the time, don't we, that players will reflect upon their day mainly based on the last game that they play. The main example is 4-on-1 days, where if the player lost the first game and won the next 4, they'll feel inflated, whereas if they won the first 4 and lost the last, they'll feel slightly deflated.
Absolutely, yep. Well, really, winning 4 out of 5. It's 4
First
out of 5.
leg,
It
it's
doesn't
going
matter
to throw
in
first.
what sequence
Game
they
on.
come. Last time out.
125.
He did go down to Arron 4-2. Didn't play particularly badly, did he?
58.
89-91. And then lost the match before that with an 83-45.
85.
And before that was a 4-1 winner over Dan Reed with a 93.
100.
23. And of course, opened the show today with a 4-1 win with a 95-58.
98.
Sign off with a really strong, solid performance, just to put a marker out to the rest of the field.
140.
Which is exactly what Jelle Klaasen want to do with the field in Group B as well tomorrow night. You mentioned everyone remembers the last game, as opposed so much to the
85.
first.
Klaasen's been very good today, hasn't he?
133. Colin, you require 108.
Struggled in his last one, but overall, certainly been an improvement.
So statistically, it's been his best day here so far.
60.
And he's
Yellow, you
threading the break
require
of throw here in the
70.
opener. And he's going to have one dart at
that's
tops
King
to break
Short in
the
the
throw with
first
Colin
leg.
Osborne.
Jelle Klaasen.
He does exactly that. The Cobra leads by a leg to nil. Inside the regulation
Second leg,
50.
it's Yellow to throw first. Game on. 96. 46. 80. 60. 134.
Yellow here averaging over 101. Midway point of the second leg.
100.
He's made a bright start to this one.
137.
Continues.
Well, potential 14.
82. Yellow, you require 54. 34.
As I can tell, he's stuck with the same equipment throughout the day today. Just had one little change yesterday just to try and change it up and
121. Yellow, you require 20. Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Jelle Klaasen.
31 darts to win the opening 2 legs, 15 and 16, an average of 97. We'll take that
Third
all
leg,
day,
it's
every
Colin to
day,
throw first.
and twice
Game
on a Sunday.
When ironically we don't play.
Thank God.
100.
Day off we get a week.
$60.
Toby Carvey next time.
Yeah, we'll have to book it though.
We'll blame Charlie for that. No, it's fine. We'll go to the Carvery. 8:30 the next table was. We went there at 4.
135.
Must be a damn good carvery.
No comment, especially after the
100.
curry. That's a nice looking dart. It's just a shame it's on 266, so you had to go downstairs.
99. 100. 134. Colin, you require 167.
Really is the first real sniff he's had in the match.
Yeah, he's been
131.
played. He's not at a dart, at a double. He's going to get one now, though. It's going to be under it. That's a brilliant 171 from Klaasen to lead 36.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg. Colin Osborne.
14 dart hold from Colin. Pegs one back. Klaasen
Forward leg, it's
still
Jelle to
in
throw
control.
first. Game on.
And it would have been so easy for
44.
Colin to buckle under the pressure of the 171. The pressure is for tyres.
180. 140. 100. 96.
Well, Colin Osborne here may have turned this game on its head.
140.
Because at 2-0 up and after the 171, if he went inside on that double 9, Jelle could have had the opportunity to open up a 3-0 lead and he would have had a throw to win it to 0. But now on the 81, after 9, he could level us up, bring the game back on throw. If he can find this double 12. He had problems here in his last game,
69.
and the problems continue now. And we've already seen Klaasen net a big fish this week. He got a 152 as well yesterday, but the 157 will not be added to the
59.
big finishing repertoire.
Colin, you require
He's had a
12.
129 today, hasn't he? And a 128.
Yeah, that's game short in the fourth leg. Colin Osborne.
Well, the 14 dart hold is followed by a 15 dart breaker throw. We've got a
Fifth
level
leg,
game.
it's
This is
Colin to throw
a
first.
high quality match.
Game on.
Winning legs in it have been 2 15s, a 16 and a 14.
Bit of a humdinger, this one.
180.
It's interesting when players begin to relax, because this is a game where both players know how they're going to end in the group. Amazing when you relax what you can do. The average is 98.9, 98.8. Proper game of darts.
Yeah, real good quality.
97. 59.
Just to throw a factoid out there, we are 3 maximums away from a century of maximums for the week. Could very much be makeable by the end of play today.
Yeah, this one could well have another 1 or 2 in it.
Well, Jelle's been here before on the 170.
$94. Jelle, you require 170.
But it's not going to be a case
56.
of repeat, because that 170 actually came against Osborne yesterday.
Yeah, that's
Tops will do for Osborne to open up a 3-2 lead, and Klaasen got the 170 in that game yesterday, but ended up losing it by 4 legs to 3. And the way things are going, it could end up going to a deciding leg again.
Game on.
It's hard to split this pair. And a meeting on Monday as well went
85.
4-3. The meeting shared. Klaasen winning on Monday, Osborne on Tuesday.
100. $41. 97. 140. 134.
Needs himself first to finish on 110. What can Osborne provide in response?
$45. Yellow, you require 110.
Klaasen with 6 then to take us the distance. He may only need the 3.
94.
He goes inside on the double 16 and Osborne's back on 190.
It's a bit of a flyer, that.
$60. Yellow, you require 16. Yeah, that's game short in the 6th lap.
And for the third
Jelle
time this
Klaasen.
week between this pair, we go all the way to the 7th and deciding leg. One win
Seventh and
apiece in
final
this
leg. It's Colin the
battle
first.
between
Game on.
these two. Who's going to end their mini head-to-head on top?
60.
We know Osborne's going to top the group no matter what at the end of this game. We'll see him on Saturday night. We may see you on Saturday night. If you want to come and join us, it's
58.
dartshot.tv for your tickets to the MODUS Super Series. Every single week up until the end of January is available on the website. So, as May said earlier, why don't you have your Christmas do with us?
180. 177.
And see some quality darts like this.
Absolutely. This one has not disappointed.
$60. 138. 105. Yellow, you require 128.
He's missed the big number there, so he's not going to get a second crack at it. And Osborne now
28.
then 96
Colin, you require 96.
for the match to end the group with a win.
Is there going to be a bit more drama? Double 8.
80. Yellow, you require 100.
Is there one more twist in the tail? Jelle Klaasen. Double 15.
85.
And so the Wizard
Colin, you require
returns
16.
for double 8
Game.
to complete the
shots,
win.
And
the man who
Colin
wins Group
Osborne.
A, Colin Osborne, ends his campaign with a 4-3 victory against Jelle Klaasen. It was the third consecutive meeting between these two. They went all the way to a deciding leg. A quality affair as well. A 92.5 average was what won it for Colin Osborne. Jelle Klaasen averaging 95. It was 3 from 9 on the checkouts, which is the undoing in the end. 4 from 10 for Colin Osborne. 3 maximums in that match as well for the Wizard. And so he's a 4-3 victor. We'll see him on Saturday night, and after the break, we will see Nathan Girvan up against Arron Monk.
So then, for the third time this week, Colin Osborne against Jelle Klaasen went to a last leg decider. This time it was the man who's finished top of Group A who got the 2 points in that one, coming through 4-3. Colin Osborne for an 11th win in Group A. Klaasen was the quicker out of the blocks in that match, but Osborne responded well and really turned the game on its head. An impressive standard in that one from both players, despite there being nothing riding on that match. As you can see, both averaging in excess of 90 in that one. 3 180s for Colin Osborne in that match. That's an area of his game, the 180s, they've really dried up today. He hit a load on Monday and Tuesday, but those three there adding to the one other that he hit today. So then Colin Osborne ends his day with an 11th victory in Group A, and there we can see 22 points for him at the close of play in Group A. We've got one more match to bring you, of course. That's Nathan Girvan against Arron Monk. Nathan Girvan out of the race to qualify for Group B. That, of course, because of the leg difference down on 0. As you can see, Nathan Girvan -8 in that department, so it doesn't matter what he does in this game. It's only Arron Monk who now has the chance to topple Dan Reid and qualify for Group B. In the head-to-head in this particular game this week, it is 1 apiece. Arron Monk winning on Monday when the two players met. Nathan picking up the 2 points yesterday with a superb 1-2-1 checkout in there as well from Girvan in that meeting yesterday. There you can see that particular checkout. Arron Monk, of course, the only player who has a chance of qualifying. He picked up his first 2 points of today in his last match, but he has cut largely a frustrated figure throughout today's play because of his play at the back end of legs. Will he be able to find that clinical edge in this match and pick up the 2 points that will see him qualify for Group B? Let's find out and hand back over to Chris and Henry.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, so only really, well, it's in Aaron's hands, isn't it?
Wins and he's in to Group B. It's as simple as that, really. He takes on Nathan Girvan, who I think is the latest player to be attacked by the fly on stage. It's going to be Group C for him tomorrow and Friday morning.
I think we'll have to find some way of
First lag is
dealing with
Nathan to throw
this
first.
fly situation.
Game on.
I can't have one of them ones that make that noise, of course, because they're ones that shock them.
75.
Put the players off, so we're going to have to come up with a solution. It's becoming a problem.
Need to make sure people don't open their wallet around here.
That's moths, mate.
$58.
I was going to say, did Charlie pay for lunch before he left
82.
yesterday?
Thinks he's the queen. He don't pay for anything.
128.
So the last game of
83.
Group A, mate. What have you made of the last 3 days?
Yeah, I thought Colin's been what I expected, really. He's
60.
rock solid. And a little disappointed with Nathan, to be honest. Although, I mean, at times there's been some real high-quality stuff, as there's been from Arron. But I think the one who's surprised me probably the most is Klaasen.
40. Only requires 60.
I don't know why. He's a former world champion, a Dutch Open champion this year, and a recent winner over in Killarney, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's came short in the first
Really
leg.
be shocked.
Arron Monk.
Aaron's one of those, really. He's a
Second leg, it's Arron to throw
point know what
first.
you're going to get.
Game on.
But we've seen some brilliance from him with that 100 and was it
100.
average? 105 from this man. Had a 170 from Klaasen. We've had a 10 darter from Arron, didn't we?
62.
And a fair few 11s as well.
Yeah, so I think
29.
the quality is only going to go up in groups C and B. That gets underway tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m.
85.
Yeah, yesterday was a really good session, wasn't it? Saw some really, really good darts.
95. 92.
Well, let's have a look who is coming up then on Thursday and Friday here at the Super Series, because we have got some
100.
new additions, of course, in Group C and B. Kevin Painter, Martin Turner and Tony Wood will be entering the fray in Group C, whilst the evening session, my goodness gracious me. We've got Danny Smith. He played really well last time he was here. Actually came in as a last-minute call-up representative. Darryl Pilgrim and Conan Whitehead. Ouch.
Yeah, in potentially
92.
with this man, Arron Monk, and Jelle Klaasen. That could be lively.
45. Nathan, you require 170.
Like picking free from there. Pick this out, potentially, for Nathan.
140.
Needs it handy
Aaron, you
on-
require
on that double.
132.
15, if the 132 doesn't go.
Which it won't.
60. Nathan, you require
For a level
30.
game, then.
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Nathan
After all
Girvan.
that finds the double.
Third leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
And of course, the break back.
As you were.
140. 140. 41. 59. 43.
Just really going through the motions, isn't he, at the moment?
It's one of those difficult games to
96.
play when you know in terms of the table you can't move up or down.
Exactly. It just takes away that intensity. There we can see a lovely side shot.
134.
And just can sometimes be a little early on the release.
100. Nathan, you require 143.
Double 17 would have left double 16.
91. Aaron, you require 106.
So 52 for Girvan to
82.
open up a 2-1 lead.
Nathan,
You
you
can just look
require
at the little
52.
the expression on his face there. Give himself a bit of a G up.
36.
The double 8
Aaron,
doesn't
you
go.
require 24.
And so Monk returns for double 12. He had another break.
Yeah, there'll be 3 on the spin. He's nowhere near.
12. Nathan, you require 16.
Double 8. Girvan for 2-1. 2 8s he wants. Now double 4.
12. Arron, you require 12.
Double free. I had problems down here earlier on today.
No score.
And they continue
Later
there.
you require 4.
Totally overpitched that one.
No score.
And that goes underneath the double one. And this is getting incredibly
Arron, you
scrappy now on the
require
doubles.
12.
And back we go down again to double free.
No score. Nathan, you require 4.
I think it was more about throwing it an underhand, which is obviously a little dangerous and forbidden.
Yeah, that's game short in the third leg.
Well,
Nathan
a
Girvan.
hold of throw. Yay.
Forward leg, it's Arron the throw first. Game on.
And after all that, Girvan leads 2-1.
135. 55.
So a reminder, double session tomorrow, so do join us at 9:30 for the morning,
100.
10 p.m. for the evening, and we do it all again on Friday before finals night Saturday. 10 p.m. start to
100.
see who will be the 4th name etched into the Champions Week Wall of Honour. They will join Jim McEwen, Alexander Merckx and Justin Smith there.
40.
Already a very good lineup.
Yeah, so my next 2 days will consist of Group C,
60.
gym, sleep, eat. Group B, sleep. Group C, gym, sleep. Group B, sleep. That's 2 days of my life gone.
44. 45. 59.
Well, they've both hit a brick wall here. Neither seem to have
57.
Anything
Arron, you
left.
require 123.
These are marathon days, and
well, it's a marathon week.
a bit like a runner.
46.
You know you've got something to aim for at the line. The adrenaline will take you a bit like in the London Marathon for that last mile or so, but when you know your fate,
98. Arron,
very
you require
difficult to
57.
keep
Yeah.
yourself going.
Yes, hard to find that motivation.
$37.
He's left double 10 somehow.
Nathan, you
How
require
much he knows about it, I'm not
86.
sure.
$54. Arron, you require 20.
And the plague of missed doubles continues.
The flies, of course, are attracted by the
15.
heat of the lights on
Nathan,
stage.
you require 32.
Just very unusual to have flies at all at this time of year, isn't it? It's so cold.
16. Arron, you require 5. 3.
So to go within 1.
Nathan, you require 16.
And he'll have the throw to win it in the next leg. He wants double 8. Arron's had every chance to get out of a morning session, but
12.
He's going to get another go.
Arron, you require 2. No score.
No words.
I think it's the...
Nathan, you
Can't remember
require
a longer
4.
leg, can you?
There has been a 34 before. That's the longest we've ever had here.
2. Arron, you require
Unfortunately,
2.
we are entering that territory. Did have a 32 dart leg a couple of weeks ago.
No score. Nathan, you require 2.
And at this juncture, at this point, to be fair, both players just wanting someone to hit it. And even now, they're trying to not smile and joke about it. They know the situation that's at play. And Nathan Girvan gets over the line in the end.
Fifth flag is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Oh, there are no words. Well, we are playing in a church, and God won't help you.
42.
And the church for the saints and sinners, that was a hellish leg.
100.
Well, so far today, so far in this group, we've had
53.
the heaven of the 105 average, and now the hell of this one.
45.
I'm a darts player, get me out of here.
140.
And both players' heads will be a jungle right now.
119.
Oh yeah, there'll be mush. This is plenty of flies to eat.
121.
Wonder who's the lord of those flies.
180. Nathan, you require 145.
Yeah, take this out now as well, I expect. Oof.
Got some good news, mate.
105. Arron, you
But this is
require
over.
57.
That was our century of maximums for the week.
37.
Well, Nathan,
Nathan, you
wrap
require
it up.
40.
4-1 in what will be a very forgettable game.
Shot and a match.
And
Nathan
Girvan does get it done. And, well, it's the end of the road for both in Group A. Nathan Girvan getting the win 4-1. Both players, well, look at the doubling. Just 16.67% for Nathan, but just 4.17% won from 23. So we know it is Colin Osborne through. And the winner of Group A, he'll be back on Saturday night. Jelle and Dan Reid will be going into Group B tomorrow and Friday night. And it will be Arron, Nathan and Gavin into Group C. Well, let's get up in the balcony and let's have a word with Abby.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mace. That last game, I don't think either player will want to remember that one, will they? But Colin Osborne is through to finals night. He's the player who tops Group A. Would you say he's a worthy winner of this group?
Over the course of the last 3 days, yeah, he was the most consistent performer.
when you win a group like Group A, where you're playing over 3 days, it's not winning those games you play really well, it's winning the scrappy ones. And that is exactly what he did to get over the line.
And we've mentioned it a few times this week. Nathan Girvan, given the level of his performances on day 2, he's the one that really stole the headlines. He's the one we were talking about. But at the end of day 3, it's Dan Reid who performed consistently yesterday. He's performed consistently again today. And he's the one in Group B. But looking at the players he joins in Group B, I'm not sure whether that's a reward or not.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be fun to watch tomorrow, isn't it? That is going to be some group. And as you say, we said on the balcony yesterday at the start of play, we don't expect Dan Reid to do what he did on Monday again. He hasn't done that, and he could be one of those players that as the week goes on, gets better and better and better and becomes a preeminent danger on Saturday.
Yeah, I think you're right, because in particular, of course, we know it was the finishing that let him down on Monday, just 20% checkout success over the course of Monday's action. But Tuesday it was improving, but you could see it was still there niggling in the back of his mind. Today he seemed to play with that freedom at the back end of legs, though, didn't he?
Yeah, and maybe because he knew winning the group wasn't there for him today, maybe that kind of helped him to a certain extent, because he kind of has a day here where if he can he's playing for Group B, playing for Group C, but he knows he's coming back for 2 more days, so he can use this as a day of getting game ready for the big run on Thursday and Friday, where everyone's back on a level playing field, everyone's back on nil, and you've got as even a chance as anyone else to get through.
And we can take a look at the draw bracket. It's Jelle Klaasen who joins him in Group B. There was some really impressive stuff from him today, sandwiched in between 2 quite below par performances from him. The consistency's certainly coming, but there are still those performances that he needs to eradicate from his game going forward.
Consistency, I think, is probably what we're looking at when it comes to Jelle, because as you mentioned, we've seen averages of 97, 92 today, and some really, really good stuff at times. But the bits in the middle, we had an 80 average from him early on today. In that Group B, I mean, you look at the players in there. I mean, Danny Smith came in last time in Series 1, and he came in as a late replacement player, and he played really, really well. A bit like Scott Walters has now earned his invite back outright, and then you've got Conan Whitehead, defending champion. Darryl Pilgrim lost in the semi-finals of Champions Night in October. Don't call that. Yeah, don't call that. I'm going to have splinters. I'll be honest, we're having splinters.
Yeah, there's your reward for finishing 2nd and 3rd in Group A. You look at Group C as well, and Arron Monk, of course, drops into that. Really disappointing from him today, especially in that last match. You could see the frustration. It's understandable. But of the players who are coming in, who do you like the look of?
Martin Turner's played some really, really good stuff in 2022. And he's the sort of player, I think, in that kind of group will be consistent enough and get the sort of points to really threaten. We know what Kevin Painter can do. Class operator, still shows it here in this format. But I'm intrigued to see Tony Wood. I'll be honest, I've not seen him play in the flesh before. I know Mace knows him well from playing in local competitions and that, and he rates him really, really highly. So I'm intrigued to see how he does on debut.
And just a word then on Nathan Girvan as well. Of course, he got over the line in that final match, but not convincing from either player. I think we can put that down as one of those matches for him. As you mentioned in commentary, there was nothing riding on it for him, and it was just a case of going through the motions. But tomorrow, we expect him to regroup, because we continue to talk about his maturity, how he's able to forget about these bad experiences. We expect him to do that tomorrow.
Which is why we didn't really say much on the commentary there, because we know that's not what those players can play to. So a bit like them on the stage, they knew, look, this is the last game of the session, just get this out of the system, and he will. He's got more than enough time to not dwell on it overnight, go into tomorrow. Like I say, everyone's on 0 now, so it's a fresh campaign for everyone.
Yeah, you mentioned he's got time. He's got until 9:30 tomorrow morning, because that's when we're back on air with the start of Group C. So we look forward to seeing you then on